Calling this meeting to order of the library board meeting, and we have a quorum. And can I get anyone to approve the minutes from September the 2nd to 2022 meeting?
I'll approve.
And a second?
A second.
And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And our order of business is to welcome our newest member, Miss Carissa Bitton. We also have outgoing members, Megan Honeycutt, our chairman, myself, vice chairman, and Gary sitting to my left.
At this time, if I may,
Yes.
first of all, I'd like to say, Carissa, we are so happy to have you with us. It's exciting to have a media specialist on our board, and I know that you're going to bring some good things with you, so welcome.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
And second, appreciation to our outgoing members. As many of you know, there are term limits because of the state library. We have term members that you have to go by. So after so many years, you have to go off, stay off a term, and then you can apply to come back on. Well, we have two here with us tonight that I would like to recognize. So Ms. Bridget Cole, would you please stand? And Bridget, we have just a small certificate of appreciation to you. It's awarded to Bridget Cole in recognition of the valuable contributions made to the LaVergne Public Library Board. This is respectfully presented to you today by myself, Donna M. Beebout. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I think it's been 6 years.
6
Yeah.
years.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
So Ms. Cole has been on the board 6 years.
I think.
Awesome.
All right. Gary, would you please stand? Gary, like Bridget, is an awesome patron of the LaVergne Public Library. He has served how many years, Gary?
8, maybe? I don't know.
He was on here before me.
Yeah.
Okay, and we appreciate it very much. So this certificate of appreciation is awarded to Gary Frazier in recognition of the valuable contributions made to the LaVergne Public Library, and it's presented this day to you.
All right.
Thank
Awesome.
you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Y'all all have to serve 8 years too.
So let's give them a round of applause because we do appreciate all that they have done. Bridget has been a force to be reckoned with to push our children to read. Every board meeting, she has encouraged the parents to read with those children or have the children read to them at least 20 minutes a night. And that is wonderful. And she also has pushed to check out books at the LaVergne Public Library. So it's appreciated, all that you all have done. And we do hope that you would consider in the future to applying back with us.
Yes. Our November special events, did you participate at the Rock Springs Middle School Family Learning Night?
Yes, we did.
And you want to tell us about those other events as well?
Sure. Well, the Rock Springs Middle School Family Learning Night, this was their first one that they want to have annual. They did a magnificent job. We were sitting across from the Smyrna Public Library, and one of the teachers said, "Uh-oh, rivals." And I said, "No, we are partners. We are partners in pushing those children to read and encouraging getting a library card." So we had a good time going back and forth. They had a lot of families there. They had a lot of great different stations for them to go there, and their Impact Club did a great job of helping people, show them where to go, handing out certificates, taking up some of their clipboard, what was it? Where they had to color where they got a prize.
Okay.
And they had a great time. So it was a good night. The second one that we have on this list is the LaVergne City Employee Veterans were honored by the city at the LaVergne Public Library. And we really appreciate the city using our meeting rooms. It has been an honor to help them honor our veterans and to have the different meetings that are held there. I believe they have I'm going to be wrong if I say it, I want to say 80 veterans employed, but it's probably a little bit more. So that was a good day.
Yeah.
VITA, and that's the Volunteer Income Tax Assistants, had their open house for 2023 VITA volunteers at the library on November the 10th. I think they had several new volunteers come in, and Debbie Curtis told them what to expect for the coming year, and they were very excited. And that's one thing sometimes VITA lacks, is having enough volunteers to manage the number of families that do come in for tax assistance. So I thought Debbie did a great job preparing this open house.
Will you tell us about November closures?
Sure. We were closed Veterans Day, Friday, November the 11th. This is a new holiday for the city employees, and it was very much appreciated. My husband, who is a Navy veteran, we were able to attend our grandson's Veterans Day service at St. Rose School, and then we were able to leave there and hurry down, and we were here at LaVergne. So we had two great ceremonies we were able to attend. The Thanksgiving holidays, we will be closed Thursday, November 24th through Saturday, November 26th. And of course, we are closed on Sunday, and then we'll start back with regular hours the following Monday.
December special events, the favorite time of the year.
Absolutely. So the first one we want to talk about is the Winter Festival and the Parade of Lights. And if you will see your attached folder, Kathy did a great job giving us a wonderful paragraph of what it entails. The Winter Festival is December the 3rd from 3 to 8. It will be at Veterans Memorial Park. The Parade of Lights, and I have heard that Santa and Mrs. will be there this year and will be riding the fire truck. So the Parade of Lights will start at 5 o'clock here at City Hall and then go the parade route to Veterans Memorial Park. Before the parade, Santa and Mrs. will be at the Veterans Park taking pictures for about an hour, and then they will be there afterwards for photos. So please pass the word around. This is a great, great time. Okay. Also, story time with Mrs. Claus and a visit with Santa Claus is going to happen, wow, at the library. It looks like the person who made this agenda did not put the library down where it was going to be. So, at the library on, and I didn't even put the date, Mercy. Hold tight. This is why I bring my life with me. Aha. Saturday, December 17th will be story time with Mrs. Claus, beginning at 1, and I almost said 1 a.m., but it's 1 p.m., and then Santa will arrive at 1:30 in the gallery to have photos made. The story time, the last time Mrs. Claus tried to do a story time, the electricity went out. So we are sure hoping that Mrs. Claus can get through this story time on December 17th with no problems at all.
And then if you'll tell us about our December closures for the library?
Yes. So in December, we will be closed for staff holidays, December 23rd through December 26th. And then we will be closed to the public for inventory December 27th through the 31st. And then we will be closed for staff holiday January the 2nd. And we will resume our regular hours on Tuesday, January 3rd, 2023.
And then our library board schedule for 2023 is January the 9th, 2023, March the 13th, 2023, May the 8th, 2023, July the 10th, 2023, September 11th, 2023, and then November the 13th, 2023. Can't believe it. We're setting the schedule for next year.
I know. It sounds funny to read.
Our next library board meeting will be Monday, January the 9th, 2023, and I'll open it up for comments Ms. Benton, if you'd like to start us.
I am just so happy to be here and am happy to be of service to whatever the library would need. So, thank you for having me.
It's just, it's always awesome to hear everything that the library does and how it's a key to our community here, and how wonderful it is that the kids can come to a place that's safe and it's wonderful. So I always love the library and the staff there. Y'all have been awesome.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Linda.
I'm looking forward to festival this year. It was fun last year, and you and Don did a great job. Wonderful. I'm sorry, Mr. and Mrs. Claus did a wonderful job last year.
What we do is we help them, those big coats are so hard to
Yes.
get on.
Yes.
So Don and I are helpers to
Yes,
Santa and
you are
Mrs.
Santa's helpers, yes. And I hope this year is bigger and better than last year. I know it will be,
Absolutely.
weather permitting.
Well, 8 years, wow.
Yeah.
It's been quite an adventure. I've enjoyed every minute of it, really I have. And Donna, you guys do a fantastic job over there, and it was just, I hope I was able to contribute in some way.
Yes, you were.
I believe that, literacy is just of the utmost importance in just getting kids to read, and it's just so important, and this is such a vital facility for everyone here in this community. I wish more people would take advantage of it, but we're getting there. So,
Absolutely.
and we've seen a lot happen in 8 years. I mean, we had a little flood, we had roof repairs, and a plague, and all kinds of things. So we got through it, and it's all a credit to you and the members of this board, and you guys are in for an adventure of your own. So
Absolutely.
best going forward.
Thank you.
I just want to say that this library is essential to our community. It provides access to information and resources, supports literacy and education, promotes lifelong learning, and serves as just a community gathering place. So it's been an honor to serve on this board and spend 6 years doing this. For anybody who's watching this, we're going to leave some empty seats here, and we need you to apply to be on this board. It's every other month. It's about a 30-minute to an hour commitment. So if you love our library as much as we do, please apply. And again, read at least 20 minutes a night to those babies, and go see our librarians get new books. And with that, library board is adjourned.
Coming up on Destination Tomorrow, see how solar sails are being developed for deep space exploration. We'll also see how NASA technology is being used to help protect some of America's most important documents. Plus, we'll take a look at how the next generation of reusable launch vehicles is being developed. And Johnny Alonso finds out exactly how GPS works. All this and more next on Destination Tomorrow.
Hello everyone, I'm Steele McGonigal.
And I'm Kara O'Brien. Welcome to Destination Tomorrow.
This program will uncover how past, present, and future research is creating today's knowledge to answer the questions and solve the challenges of tomorrow.
Up first, we look at a new way for spacecraft to travel to distant destinations. New lightweight solar sails might soon become the standard mechanism to power spacecraft. These reflective structures use energy from the sun rather than rocket power to move through space.
These sails are not only less expensive than current rocket-powered spacecraft, but can potentially be 4 to 6 times faster. This increased speed and cost savings could change the way we study deep space.
Jennifer Pulley spoke with Dr. Keith Belvin at NASA Langley Research Center to find out more.
Throughout humankind's early history, the quest for greater knowledge and understanding fueled the need for exploration. For centuries, the vehicle most early explorers used to achieve this exploration was a ship with sails. But because these ships depended on wind pushing against the sails for forward motion, they were generally very slow, unpredictable, and often very dangerous. Today, with the multitude of ways that humans now possess to travel, the sail, with all of its limitations, has been relegated to recreational status rather than a serious tool for exploration.
But a new idea might change the way we think about sails. NASA researchers are actually developing a new type of sail that will use the sun's light to propel spacecraft deep into space. These solar sails are so promising that someday they may replace slower, more costly propulsion systems for deep space exploration. I spoke with Dr. Keith Belvin at NASA Langley Research Center to find out more.
Well, the idea for solar sails has been around for a very long time. Maxwell, back in 1873, predicted the existence of solar pressure lights. So we've known about solar pressure for a long time, but it wasn't until recently that we were able to build solar sails with the lightweight materials and structures that are needed.
Tell me about these lightweight materials and structures. How are they being used?
Well, the key to building a solar sail is, of course, to make it very large and very lightweight. For a useful solar sail, it has to have a weight of less than 10 grams per square meter. For example, copier paper has a weight of 70 grams per square meter. So we're talking about some materials that are much lighter than that. One of the things that NASA's done over the last decade is to work on materials that can be processed to just a couple microns. That's a couple millionths of a meter thick. And these lightweight, thin materials then are made space durable so they can withstand the radiation and temperatures of space.
Dr. Belvin, tell me how a solar sail works.
The basic principle is much like a ship on the sea that uses sails to capture the wind.
The sun is constantly emitting light, or photons, in all directions. Since the photons have mass and are in motion, their momentum produces a pressure when reflected by a surface. When a spacecraft uses a solar sail for propulsion, the sail's reflective surface transfers a continuous force from the photons to propel the craft through space, much like a sailing ship uses wind to push it across the water. Since the pressure being emitted from the photons is very low, the force is small. But because the sail will have a constant source of energy, it is continuously accelerating and can reach speeds upwards of 155,000 miles per hour. This speed could cut years off travel time during long-duration interstellar flights. In addition, the constant propulsive force provided by the sun's light allows the spacecraft to travel in orbits that are not affordable using conventional propulsion.
So can solar sails be used on all types of missions?
Well, in addition to solar sails having to be lightweight for various missions, the spacecraft they're propelling has to be very lightweight. But there are many missions where, with the miniaturization of electronics, that the spacecraft science sensors are very small and lightweight. And those systems are very amenable to being propelled by a solar sail. For example, we're looking at missions in the future where we do interstellar transfer of science instruments using solar sails.
So, do we see solar sails only being used in deep space?
Well, there are missions where solar sails can be used close to the Earth's orbit. They don't all have to be long-duration interstellar type missions. The constant acceleration that a solar sail produces gives it an orbit trajectory that is not achievable by some other means. For example, we can fly a science payload to measure the magnetic storms emanating from the sun.
How do you deploy such a large structure into space?
But to deploy a solar sail in space is quite a challenge. First of all, the sail has to be packaged in a small size to fit into the launch vehicles. Near-term sail missions are on the order of 70 meters to up to 150 meters in size. And so it's a real challenge to package those tightly and then deploy in space. Two aspects probably are most important for deploying a solar sail. The first is deploying the booms that hold the membranes in place. We're using inflation to push the booms out and to the right location, and then we cool the booms to rigidize them. The second aspect is deploying the sail, the thin film membranes that we've talked about. Those will incorporate ripstop so that if there's a small tear, it doesn't propagate very far. In addition, we have to deploy those so that we don't affect the sail's reflective performance. And so special measures are taken to maintain the integrity of that sail.
What is the future of this program?
I would say within the next dozen years or so, solar sails will be used routinely to propel spacecraft. Continual improvements in the sail technology will allow them to be used for extreme environments like near-sun missions. Over the next 20 years, most importantly, we'll have the technology in hand to do interstellar missions. These are kilometer-sized solar sails that weigh only 1 to 2 grams per square meter. The technology being developed today at NASA is going to enable us to unlock a lot of the secrets of the universe. Not only will we be able to look at distant places using telescopes, we'll actually be able to send science instruments to some of those locations using solar sails.
Researchers at NASA are continuing to improve the materials used for solar sails every day, making them stronger and lighter. Coming up, we find out how some NASA detective work helped preserve the Declaration of Independence, the Bill of Rights, and the Constitution. But first, did you know that the inspiration for solar sail technology came from the 17th century astronomer Johannes Kepler? Kepler deduced that winds blew objects around in space after he observed comet tails blown by what appeared to be a solar breeze. Kepler suggested that eventually ships might navigate through space using sails that could catch this wind.
The Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the Declaration of Independence, also known as the Charters of Freedom, are obviously three of the most important American documents ever written. They not only guide and guarantee liberties for all Americans, but have also been modeled by dozens of other countries around the world. So when signs of premature deterioration began to show on the documents, conservators became very alarmed. To help find out what was causing the deterioration and how it could be stopped, the National Archives turned to NASA researchers for an answer. Tonya St. Romain finds out more.
In the late 1700s, 3 of the world's most important documents were written here in the United States. Now called the Charters of Freedom, the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and the Bill of Rights were conceived and written by early Americans who believed that tyrannical rule and oppression should be replaced by individual liberties and freedom. Until the mid-20th century, these documents were proudly displayed for the general public, but the years of inadequate preservation left them a bit faded and brittle. This all changed in 1951 when the documents were placed in specially adapted encasements which were designed to slow down the deterioration process. These glass encasements were filled with inert helium, which would protect the documents from the harmful chemically corrosive effects of air, keeping them safe for generations to come. But in the late 1990s, conservators began noticing that the documents were, in fact, still showing signs of deterioration. Mysterious small white spots were appearing inside the encasements and on the documents. To help determine the cause of the deterioration and how to fix the problem, the National Archives asked researchers at NASA to perform a series of tests on the atmosphere inside the encasements. I spoke with Dr. Joel LaVergne at NASA Langley Research Center to find out more.
In 1951, the National Bureau of Standards, which is now NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, was asked by the National Archives to preserve these very important documents, the Declaration of Independence, the U.S. Constitution, and the Bill of Rights. It became apparent several years prior to 1998 that some mysterious white spots appeared in all encasements, and over time, over several years, they increased in number. The National Archive conservators wanted to know if we had technology that could determine the chemical composition of the encasements non-invasively. Non-invasively means without extracting air. We didn't want to touch the air, we didn't want to touch the encasement. We wanted to come up with some technique that could tell us the answer without disturbing the contents of the encasement, both the documents and the atmosphere. After considerable discussion, we decided we should use a technique called laser spectroscopy. What the laser did is provide energy at the very wavelength that water vapor absorbs, and as we looked at the absorption, we could determine what the background gas was. We're interested in not the document, but the atmosphere in the encasement that's protecting the document. What we found is that the gas that was sealed 50 years ago was still there.
When the laser studies were done, NASA researchers conclusively determined that helium in the encasements had not leaked out. This determination only increased concerns over the origin of the mysterious white spots. Most conservators believed that chemically corrosive air had leaked into the encasements, causing the damage. With this belief dispelled, the puzzle only intensified.
So in some instance, we actually went back to step one because we still had the problem. The problem is what is responsible for these white spots. We eliminated air as a corrosive agent. And the next thing the National Archives asked us is, could we tell them non-invasively how much water vapor was in the encasement?
Because the documents were written on sheepskin, which requires a small amount of water vapor for stability, the relative humidity inside the encasements was originally set between 25 and 35%. To determine if the humidity levels had changed, the NASA researchers needed to measure the relative humidity inside the sealed encasement. The first technique considered involved placing the encasements in a freezer to cause the condensation of gaseous water vapor to liquid water droplets. This idea was rejected due to the distinct possibility that the documents inside could be damaged by the condensed water. It was later decided that the humidity could be checked by using a very inexpensive device called a thermal electrocooler. This device would sample only a small area of the encasements, keeping the documents inside safe.
I called up the archives and I said, we just have to freeze a small part of it at the edge where there's no document, no ink, and we can solve your problem.
When the humidity levels were checked, it was found that the levels inside the encasement were 60 to 65%, twice the expected relative humidity. This is because when the documents were originally sealed in 1951, the relative humidity in Washington, D.C. was very high. The backing paper that the documents were laid upon had actually soaked up water vapor like a sponge. Once the documents were encased, the water vapor inside the backing paper could not escape, so it remained in the encasement's atmosphere, causing the humidity to rise.
The white spots were basic or alkaline chemicals that were pulled out of the glass because of the presence of high levels of water vapor. And now, when the National Archives opens with its new encasements, we are all sure that the documents will be stable for many centuries. And in some small part, NASA scientists and NASA technology help preserve these documents for many generations to come.
To better understand aerodynamic forces, early pilots and engineers pushed aircraft's tolerances to the limit. But by pushing the limits, some pilots experienced a very frightening aerodynamic phenomenon called a flat spin. In an effort to better understand this phenomenon, NASA's predecessor, NACA, developed a unique wind tunnel called the 20-foot vertical spin tunnel. This tunnel was designed to not only study the unique flight conditions of an aircraft in spin, but also teach pilots recovery techniques to avoid a fatal crash. The research performed at this tunnel would have a direct impact on virtually every American aircraft from World War II through today. Early in 1941, the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, or NACA, completed its new 20-foot vertical spin tunnel.
This tunnel tested a very different type of flight situation than the tunnels researchers were accustomed to using. The traditional way to test aircraft in a wind tunnel is by mounting an aircraft in the wind stream to evaluate the aircraft's flight characteristics. This type of testing is very effective when testing an aircraft in normal flight situations. But data from a traditional wind tunnel could not adequately account for unusual flight conditions, like a flat spin. As a plane enters a flat spin, air is not moving over the control surfaces as it should, which renders the plane's controls virtually useless. To help find ways for aircraft to recover from these dangerous spins, researchers test small-scale models in the spin tunnel. The idea behind the spin tunnel is simple. A large fan pulls a column of air up through the middle of the tunnel. Then a researcher launches an airplane model directly into the airflow by hand. As the model spins downward, the operator increases wind speeds until the model's fall is just balanced by the uprushing air. Then the control surfaces of the model are systematically activated electromagnetically to find out which ones allow the model to recover from the spin. The same basic technique that was used in 1941 is still being used today, but researchers now use computers to track unique markers on the bottom of the plane to measure the aircraft's spin characteristics. With these measurements, researchers can determine design modifications and pilot training procedures which can help pull a plane out of a spin, saving the plane and the pilot from a catastrophic accident. This simple system has worked especially well over the years. During World War II, every fighter, light bomber, attack plane, and trainer, over 300 designs in all, were tested in the spin tunnel. Subsequently, over half of these aircraft were modified in some way to ensure that their controls would be able to pull them out of a spin. Today, the spin tunnel is still testing many different types of designs, from small general aviation planes to the Mars sample return capsules. Since it opened for business in 1941, nearly every American military fighter has been tested in this tunnel. However, with 10% of all military air accidents still occurring due to the flat spin, the NASA Langley 20-foot vertical spin tunnel will undoubtedly continue to save lives for many years to come.
Before the spin tunnel was built, researchers sometimes tested aircraft spin characteristics by simply dropping airplane models from high buildings. Coming up, we find out about the next generation of reusable launch vehicles. But first, did you know that Lieutenant Francis Evans became one of the first aviators to develop an effective spin recovery technique? In 1917, while attempting to get his pontoon plane into a loop, Lieutenant Evans inadvertently went into a spin. As he maneuvered out of the spin, he realized that he had unwittingly discovered an effective spin recovery maneuver. He was awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross nearly 20 years later for his life-saving discovery.
Reusable launch vehicles like the Space Shuttle are a vital type of spacecraft for close Earth operations. With the International Space Station providing a platform for unique scientific experiments, a reliable multi-use craft like the Space Shuttle is needed. Since the early 90s, researchers at NASA have been developing new types of reusable launch vehicles which will replace the aging Space Shuttle. These new spacecraft will be safer, less expensive, and much more durable. Stephanie Tsai spoke with Charlie Cockrell at NASA Langley Research Center to find out what the future holds for the next generation of reusable spacecraft.
The ability to travel into space is still a relatively recent event in human history. To get to space, early astronauts traveled in very expensive space capsules, which were only used once before being retired. These systems worked well, but it was realized that a reusable system should be implemented over the single-use capsule system. So in the early 1980s, the world's first and only reusable launch vehicle, the Space Shuttle, came into service. With the shuttle in service, spaceflight became much more accessible and less expensive, while also truly expanding technological and scientific exploration. But in a continued effort to make spaceflight even less expensive and much safer for astronauts, NASA researchers have been looking toward the next generation of reusable space launch vehicles.
To help develop the next generation of spacecraft, NASA researchers have been developing and testing a lot of new vehicle technologies. Some of these new vehicles are so revolutionary that they may soon change the way we all think of space travel. I spoke with Charlie Cockrell at NASA Langley Research Center to help explain the next generation of space vehicles.
NASA's goal is to make space travel safer, more reliable, and more cost-effective.
One of the goals of the Next Generation Launch Technology Program is to provide routine access to the International Space Station, provide a safer way for crew return from the space station, and to also look at other opportunities in space and be able to do that on a routine basis.
Charlie, how are these new spacecraft so different from the space shuttle we're used to seeing?
Our vision is to really move towards spacecraft that look and operate more like conventional aircraft. So we want to do things like have less turnaround time in between missions. They're going to be more reliable to operate, less repairs that will have to take place in between missions. One of the chief differences between the space shuttle and the vehicles that you're going to see in the future is we're looking at more advanced types of propulsion systems. So they're going to look and operate much differently than the shuttle.
So what are some of the technologies you're using to develop these new vehicles?
Well, in addition to the advanced propulsion systems, we are developing a number of different vehicle technologies that are going to be directly applicable to the next generation set of launch vehicles.
One of NASA's major requirements is to develop new technologies and vehicles to transport crews and cargo to and from the International Space Station. Because the space station is relatively close to Earth and needs to be resupplied frequently, the most logical choice is a reusable spacecraft. One idea under consideration is an air-breathing craft rather than a rocket-propelled spacecraft. To break Earth's gravitational field, a craft needs to reach about 17,500 miles per hour. Currently, this is being accomplished through the use of a series of rockets. These rockets not only carry large amounts of fuel, but must also carry liquid oxygen to mix with the fuel for maximum thrust. Although this system is effective, it is very expensive and can be dangerous. The benefit of an air-breathing craft is that it would not need to carry its own oxygen. It would scoop oxygen from the Earth's atmosphere into a special engine called a scramjet. This system would allow the craft to reach the speed required to break the pull of the gravitational field, sending it into space. Because the craft is not carrying its own oxygen, the weight will be reduced by up to 50%. This could reduce spaceflight costs by a factor of 10, bringing current payload costs from about $10,000 per pound to about $1,000 per pound. So is scramjet technology the only concept you're looking at?
Now, we're actually studying a wide range of technologies that include different configuration shapes, different numbers of stages in the vehicle, different types of propulsion systems. Most of the longer-term applications do use scramjets, but we're also looking at something that we would call combined cycle propulsion, which would actually take elements of rocket propulsion, scramjets, high-speed turbojet engines, and maybe other advanced propulsion cycles so that we can use the benefits of those at different points in the flight.
So where will this program be in the next 10, 15, 20 years?
I think we're going to be well on our way to developing a next-generation reusable launch vehicle system. Whether or not we will actually have an operational system in the next 10 to 15 years is going to be dependent on what the nation's needs are and how we address that as an overall strategy. But we are developing technologies that can not only be included in a vehicle that would be developed in, say, the next 10 to 15 years, but we're also developing a lot more advanced technologies that would be good for vehicles that are going to be developed in, say, the next 20 to 30 years. And we're doing all of that by utilizing all of the unique capabilities that we have at our NASA field centers across the country. One of the most useful developments for professional pilots, drivers, and seamen in recent years has been the GPS receiver.
These receivers are also being used by hikers, golfers, and fishermen for recreational purposes. However, many people who use this technology still don't know exactly how it works.
Our own Johnny Alonso finds out how this complex system helps keep many of us on track and on schedule.
Trying to figure out where you are and where you're going has always been a challenge. Navigation and positioning are crucial to so many activities, and yet the process has not always been easy. Thankfully, the days of navigating by celestial means or landmarks are long gone since the introduction of GPS, or the Global Positioning System. So what is GPS? For some answers, I spoke with Dr. Kevin Dutton at NASA Langley to find out how it works.
GPS stands for the Global Positioning System, and like the name suggests, it's a system to find your location anywhere on the Earth or near the Earth's surface. And the way it does that is by using radio frequency broadcasts from orbiting satellites.
Can you tell me why GPS was originally developed?
It was developed by the Defense Department to meet all of their navigational needs. For example, aircraft and ships at sea. And now even individual soldiers carry little receivers like this in the field to find out where they are.
The global positioning system consists of a constellation of 24 satellites and their ground stations working together. GPS uses these man-made stars as reference points to calculate positions accurate to a matter of meters, and in some cases centimeters. As long as you have a GPS receiver and a clear view of the sky and a map, you'll never be lost again. Today, GPS is finding its way into cars, boats, planes, construction equipment, farm machinery, even laptop computers. So how does the system work?
Let's say you're backpacking and you have a receiver with you. You're going to turn on that receiver. Now, the GPS satellites are constantly broadcasting a signal, all 24 of them, but above you at any one time there's only 12 available, and then the other 12 are on the other side of the Earth.
Okay.
So your receiver is going to listen and try to find at least 4 of these satellites directly above you, and then it's going to determine a range to each satellite, and it's going to use those ranges and the known locations of the satellites, and it's going to do some mathematical calculations and a process called trilateration, and it's going to figure out where that GPS receiver is. That'll also give you altitude, and it'll give you speed and the direction that you're traveling in.
A standard GPS receiver will not only place you on a map at any particular location, but will also trace your path across a map as you move. If you leave your receiver on, it can stay in constant communication with GPS satellites to see how your location is changing. With this information and its built-in clock, the receiver can give you several pieces of valuable information like how far you've traveled, how long you've been traveling, your current speed and your average speed. Also, the estimated time of arrival at your destination if you maintain your current speed.
There's a lot of uses that they hadn't really thought about when they developed the system. For example, later on it was discovered that if you put multiple antennas on a vehicle, like an aircraft for instance, you could actually get attitude. You could figure out its orientation and whether it was rolling or pitching or yawing. Other things that they didn't realize they could really do were, for instance, seismologists use it for earthquake detection and to find out when tectonic plates are actually shifting apart. It's that good.
Something else.
Yeah. Very interesting.
Sure. So that's how it works. So the next time you want to know where you are or where you're going, don't reach for a map. Reach for your GPS. Now, which button is it here to press for a date for tonight's gathering at
That's all for this edition of Destination Tomorrow. Thank you for joining us. I'm Steele McGonigal.
And I'm Kara O'Brien. For all of us here at NASA, we'll see you next time.
Ever since the very first moment that I've ever worked with orangutans as a zookeeper, I was fascinated by them. From that moment on, I have always had a wish and a dream to go to Borneo and see them in the wild.
See the arm?
Yeah, that's the
That's
baby?
the baby, yeah.
Oh my gosh, I was thinking tinier.
We are very careful that the message and conservation of the environment and the biodiversity here in Sabah goes to the children, to the future generations.
I think the orangutan has a really good chance of survival if things keep progressing as they are.
Sandwiched between the Indian and the Pacific Oceans, the island of Borneo is a long way from the United States, over 8,000 miles from the California coast, in fact. This third largest island in the world is about twice the size of the state of Montana and is rich in biodiversity. Borneo supports a variety of wildlife, around 220 species of mammals, over 600 bird species, reptiles, amphibians, and some of the world's rarest primates, including the great ape we're here to see, the orangutan. Borneo is an island in transition, made up of 3 different countries: Indonesia, Malaysia, and Brunei. Progress and advancement have historically clashed with nature, destroying forests, reducing lands and important habitat for wildlife. But here, the Malaysians are discovering that coexistence is possible. Thrilling as it is to be in Borneo, the drive to Danum Valley Conservation Area begins like any long drive, longer than expected. But neither the crew nor I mind, because on our journey to see orangutans, we pass a lot of other Bornean wildlife: hornbills, snakes, and then an amazing surprise.
Oh, you can hear some more coming down. Bornean pygmy elephants. Oh, their feet, you can see the trees moving, feeding, bathing, eating, messing around. Little baby over here. Smallest species of elephant that there is in the world. Females probably no bigger than 6 or 7 feet. Males no bigger than 8 feet. Listen to that. Listen to that. A little bit of trumpeting, a little bit of social stuff going on.
There are estimated to be less than 1,500 Bornean pygmy elephants left in the wild. And to literally round a curve and come upon this endangered species like we did was beyond incredible. So we just heard some
Somebody
trumpeting.
yeah.
Did they basically
that's
say
warning.
it's time to go?
Yeah, it's time to go.
Look at that. That is so cool.
They can sense there's something wrong.
The matriarch just probably trumpeted. We heard some trumpeting. And she said, time to go. We take that as our cue to roll too. Our 4.5-hour drive to the lodge is taking us twice as long. But to see this much wildlife before we even get to the lodge is so worth the time. Borneo in the day is one thing. Just imagine what creeps around after dark. This is a night walk where you can find the coolest critters that are out at night. These are all the nocturnal critters of Borneo. We certainly have seen some amazing animals during the day, so I am really excited about seeing what we can find tonight. So cool. One of the first species of frog we run across is a harlequin flying frog. Borneo has the most species of flying animals than any other place in the world. And if anybody ever believed that a frog could fly, this would be it. This guy uses these sticky little feet when he lands on a tree, but he uses these great rear feet and the amount of skin that's in between them as a way to help him glide through the trees. Look at all that. All right, let's let you go. There you go, buddy. Good job. Let's go look for more stuff. This would be cool. What'd you find? A mouse deer. I want to see. Yeah, what's it? Now, is this the smallest species of deer on Borneo?
Yes.
These guys are only active at night?
They're active at night.
Because I certainly didn't see any during the day.
No, they're active at night, yeah. So the larger species is the sambar, and this is the smaller.
Oh, there he goes. Let's go find some more stuff.
Let's go.
We found the coolest animal that there is on board. Okay, maybe right after the orangutan, or maybe the pygmy elephant, but this little guy called a tarsier is a small primate, but it's made up of the parts of every other animal that you could think of. It's got the ears of a bat with really cool ridges on the inside to help it hear better. It's got the eyes of an owl. It's huge for the size of its body. It's got the tail of a rat, a little hairless thing. It's got the hands and feet of a frog because it hangs onto the trees so tightly. And it's got the fur of a primate. The coolest little animal, just only about this big. So cute. It's been a day and night full of Bornean wildlife, much more than we expected. But it's time for us non-nocturnal animals to head off to bed. We have a full day ahead of us tomorrow. An exciting day in our search for orangutans. Look at this. The bugs here, look at that, pill bug, are just like amazing in size. These guys eat the leaf litter, and they're the ones, they digest it, and out the other end comes nutrient-rich soil. Without these guys and all the other bugs that are around here, you wouldn't see any of the trees, you wouldn't see any of the other animals up here. It's all about the bugs. These are the most important guys, right here. It's a bug. We've gotten word that the trackers have located one of the orangutans, and right now what we're hearing is that it's a mom with a baby. I'm hoping that it's an orangutan that they've been tracking for a while. They've been following some for the entire length of the project for about 10 years now, so I'm really excited to get out there and take a look at the mom and the baby. When translated, orangutan literally means person of the forest. And as we trek deeper into the woods, I feel like a true person of the forest myself.
Here we go. The bridge over Borneo.
This is so gorgeous. Oh my God.
Look at those trees there.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Hey, don't swing the bridge.
You gotta be quick because the elephants are coming.
Not sure whether or not Ced's joking. I move off that bridge pretty quickly. But not too long after, we see them.
So agile. And they know where to grab and they know when to...
See, that's what's remarkable. They're making those decisions like before they leave. Yeah, and you know, I'm just like, I'm just gonna go there, and now I'm gonna go here, now I'm gonna go here, and I happen to be 100 feet up in the air with no net. Their ability to climb, swing from branch to branch, and balance is really amazing. But orangutans are known for more than just their physical agility. I will bet that I could not find anybody who has worked with orangutans that would not tell you that they are thinking, reasoning, and scheming. So it's really fun to be able to know some orangutans and yet come out here and see them in the wild and really realize why they need those skills. Survival in the wild is not easy. Bornean orangutans eat an amazing variety of foods. Fruits, leaves, bark, flowers, nuts, and occasionally insects and even small mammals. Females can weigh a little over 100 pounds and males up to 200 pounds. This endangered species can live to be 50 years old. So that ability to reason and scheme is key when it comes to figuring out how to survive in the wild. And it makes for some amusing observations back home, too.
Orangutans are amazing mimics. One of our keepers came and was interacting with one of our females, and she was blowing her lots of kisses, mwah, mwah, mwah. And the orangutan just watched her, and that keeper came back about 3 days later, and the first thing the orangutan did was at her.
Watching the orangutans has been lots of fun for Ced and me, but I figured we intruded on their privacy for long enough. Well, you know what? Maybe we should just leave them be for a little while. Okay.
After all, it's been several hours since we arrived, so we hit the trail. But suddenly, I have a feeling we're not alone. See?
Yeah.
Are they following us?
Well, I can see the mom then, baby. Look at it.
Wait a minute, we said we were going to leave them alone and they came after us? That is too cool.
I think they're just saying, please don't go.
Yeah. But it's time to move on. We have a long trek back to the lodge and then a long drive to our next destination, the Kinabatangan River. And little did I know what was in store for us along the way. Steady rains had made for some slippery traveling. But still, there are some beautiful sights to see. And on our way, we make a scheduled stop to visit InfraPro, a program that's really making a difference in Borneo's conservation efforts. Hi,
Hi,
I'm Julie.
I am Bakar. I'm one of the rangers. in
One of the
this area.
rangers. That's awesome. You know, the reforestation project is really, really interesting. And this is kind of amazing to me right here, all the different types of seeds.
Yes, this is one of a different type of species, but all of the species is commercial species.
They're all commercial. Oh, so these are all logged.
Yes, we call dipterocarps.
They're all dipterocarps. So, but you take the seeds and start the new plants again after you've cut down some areas?
Yes.
Well, by now, I'm sure you can see how important the forest is to Borneo's wildlife and the overall health of the island. Dipterocarp trees are a crucial part of the environment, and there are several species on the island. After trees are cut for logging or development, replanting is imperative for the survival of the forest and the island's wildlife. And that's exactly what Bakar does. Your job is to replant all the different varieties of trees. That is pretty incredible. How many different varieties do you think there are?
So about 24 for the different species.
24? God. The name dipterocarp is what you guys pronounce. Is di comes from two, and isn't taro wings, and then carp is seed.
Yeah.
So it's got 2 wings on the seed. But that's a great way, you know, for the forest. The trees are so tall that they can actually use that to disperse their seeds. So instead of an animal dispersing the seeds, the wind would disperse the seeds. So can we go see what you do with the seeds?
Yes,
Okay.
of course.
All
Here we go.
So how old are these guys right now?
It's about 2 months.
2 months from a seed?
Yeah, from the seed.
You grow things a lot better than I do at home. The program started in 1992, and since that time, they've accomplished a lot. That's pretty incredible, replanting the forest with the same native species that were there prior to them being logged.
Yeah.
And how many total seedlings do you have and are going to be replanted?
Somewhere around.
How many?
It's about almost 2 million of seed.
2 million,
2 million
seeds you have planted. That, you have done a good job. That's awesome. It's more than awesome. InfraPro and Bakar are literally saving orangutans and other wildlife by providing a sustainable habitat for them to live in. And they're proving that animals can survive and thrive in secondary forests. The more time I spend in Borneo, the more hopeful I am about the future of this species. Very cool, a rhinoceros beetle. This guy is one of the largest species of beetle in the world. And this is a male because his horns are so much larger than the females. This guy is incredible. They fight with other rhinoceros beetles, with the other males. They use those horns for that. It's amazing, amazing to find him right here. The Kinabatangan River is teeming with wildlife, and we take advantage of one of the best ways to get an up-close look at some of the amazing animals here. All right, we finally found our proboscis monkeys. They're up there in the tree, and proboscis monkeys are just so cool. They're only found here in Borneo, kind of along the freshwater swamps along the river here, and It's an animal that is unlike any other primate that you've ever seen. The long, big noses. The males have the longest ones that you've ever seen. And they make this resonating sound out of it. And the females obviously like it because those are the ones they pick to be their mates. It's a harem system. So basically, one male will have a lot of different females, and they'll all hang out together. The male will protect the females. And about half of these females have offspring. So this guy has been pretty productive over the last few months. The babies are good news because the proboscis monkey is an endangered species, experiencing the same challenges as the orangutan and other Bornean wildlife, primarily loss of habitat. But recent changes are making a difference. Conservationists are finding that by engaging local residents and helping them truly appreciate the natural treasures they have in their own backyard, these same people are more apt to care about what happens to animals who share their space and their home. Local people are employed as field, what would you call that then if they're not a biologist?
Field researchers.
Field researcher. Because they have so much knowledge of the local, the forests and the animals in it along the Kinapatangan River here.
And our challenge is to often to I suppose, identify these people living in around the villages, bring them on board, give them a job first of all, and I suppose the kind of income that they can earn is much more compared to what they may earn if they were just sort of hanging around doing something else, yeah? So I think these opportunities plus the prospect of a career, to even develop that career. So coming in as a daily paid assistant, to coming in as a field assistant, to a field researcher is a good career path.
And some see the work as much more than a career path.
But then there must be some others who also see that in as much as they are here, they should be part of the solutions. They should be part of giving hope to others to understand that we've changed the land dramatically, but there is hope for the species that survive because the governments are not totally irresponsible. There's still some sense of responsibility in setting aside some parts of the swamps. And in fact, we know that the Kinabatangan has now been gazetted as a wildlife sanctuary. That means there is their commitment, that commitment. And I think people want to lend themselves to that commitment to make it happen.
One of the groups committed to making it happen is the Kinabatangan Orangutan Conservation Project. For over 10 years, these dedicated researchers have worked with both local residents and government to protect and study orangutans in their natural habitat.
We try to do as much as we can. So first we conduct some scientific research, ecological research. We understand how they live in this kind of environment, secondary forests where they mostly occur, and we try to see if they can survive in those forests in the long term and what can be done in terms of reforestation to help their long-term survival. We also work with the government in terms of protection of those forests. We have a team of wildlife wardens who are people from the village who are trained and given the responsibility by the government to protect this area. So they have the legal powers to arrest illegal loggers, poachers, and it's a program we've been working on for the past 7 years, and it's working very well with about 17 people in this area patrolling almost on a daily basis.
It seems the key really is to create a strong connection between people and their environment. And this project believes in starting this process at an early age, with children's programs to help teach the kids about their surroundings.
Jadi, maksud dia ada 2 kawasan, maksud dia kita ada berapa spesies orangutan di seluruh dunia.
Ecotourism is playing a big part in orangutan conservation too. When people see these animals up close, it makes a difference, not only just for tourists. Even people that work with these animals every day feel a strong sense of connection here.
I've been in the zoo business for a long time, 34 years or so, and to see a great ape in the wild for the first time, it was just incredible.
Well, I kind of had to keep pinching myself because it has been a goal of mine for a long time now to come here, a dream of mine. And so I really kind of had to keep telling myself, oh my gosh, look where you are. Look at these trees, look at these mountains, look at the clouds. You're actually here. Ever since the very first moment that I've ever worked with orangutans as a zookeeper, I was fascinated by them. From that moment on, I have always had a wish and a dream to go to Borneo and see them in the wild and to see them actually, living in these amazing trees.
And this newfound connection to Borneo will be transported back to the U.S. One place specifically, Tampa Bay, Florida.
I'm not only going to take back just the amazing experience that I've had and use it to try to impart the experience and the just sheer amazingness of the rainforest and the animals to help our keeper staff, but also to spread that message to the guests that come to Busch Gardens so that we can make those choices and really help to save orangutans in the wild.
We look at opportunities, and the opportunity is one can manage tropical rainforests to produce wood and to save wildlife, and as a place that tourists would like to come to and see that wildlife. And if we think in that way and don't get bogged down with all the problems, I think we're onto a good thing in the future.
The Kinabatangan Orangutan Conservation Project is doing a fantastic job in research, education, protection, and connecting people with orangutans and their habitat. It's definitely a project well worth supporting.
Busch Gardens has funded KOCP over 10 years ago, and Seaworld Busch Gardens Conservation Fund has continued to do that. They made dramatic progress. I think one of the takeaways I'll bring back from Borneo is that when I came here, it seemed that most of the publicity suggests that orangutans have a very grim chance of survival. But after being here and seeing the people that are really doing research on the animals, who are working with the government to try to manage forests better than they are, the involvement of the community in conservation, I think the orangutan has a really good chance of survival if things keep progressing as they are.
I think so too. And our next stop will show you how adamantly the people here are working to help save the orangutan. These trees are really, really special. Dipterocarp trees, which are some of the tallest species of trees in the world. The Bornean forest is really unique. It's different from the African rainforest. It's different from the Amazon. You've got more flying species, and I call them flying with quotations because basically they're flying or gliding species in the Bornean rainforest than you do anywhere else in the world. We've been in Borneo a little over a week, and one thing that really stands out to me, no matter where we visit, modern cities like Sandakan, smaller villages along the river, or more remote locations like Danum Valley. Jacuzzi pool, I think I found the right spot. I'm going for it. There is a growing sense of the benefits of balance, and nowhere is this more affirming than at the Sepalak Wildlife Rescue Center. We pull in just before 8 a.m., about the same time as the school bus. Avery, how many are in there right now? I can't tell. 5. That is adorable. Every morning they get to go in the wheelbarrow. Do you call that something?
Yeah, school bus.
This is the school bus. How old are most of these animals?
They're around 3 to 5 years old.
Look at the little one. Can you, do you call them names?
Yes, they have their own names. Rubin. Swan Rubin. Ganang.
Oh, the big guy. Look at that. So this is where they get their exercise for a little while, huh? Hi. Look at this. Right away they go at climbing. Each orangutan here at Sepalak has its own story of why they were abandoned or orphaned. And although being with their mother is certainly the best scenario, Sepalak is a great alternative when that's not possible. Orangutan offspring stay with their mom for between 6 and 8 years, and she devotes full-time attention to each one as they're learning how to survive in the forest. So as far as the food, we fed milk and banana. Is there other things that you feed when they're young, or does that sustain them?
We also give them multivitamin supply because I think that's very, very important for them to have all these mineral supplies and some multivitamin because it builds their health. When they are put together in a very small space, as in this rehab center, they tend to catch diseases easily from each other. So these are the things that's very important.
Another vital key to good health is exercise. And these guys have a great outdoor area to climb and play. This actually helps them develop the skills they'll need once they're released into the wild, which is the ultimate goal.
So who designed the jungle gym?
Who designed it? Of course, us at the center. But it's good for the orangutans because they can progress from the lower ones to the higher ones. And we can see their progress. And we design it in such a way that it's a circular system, so they can do their rounds and then come back, and we'll see. This is especially designed for the babies below 3 years, so they can get familiarized among themselves and also practice the grabbing.
They do a lot for the orangutans at Sepulak. So while I'm here, I figure I can lend a hand too. They may not get hand-bathed like the orangutans at Sepulak, but the orangutans at Busch Gardens Tampa Bay are fortunate to have lots of room to climb at their new habitat, Jungala.
Well, Jungala has a lot of vertical space, which is exactly what orangutans need. They're arboreal animals, and so they've been using the vines to climb across and also use their hammocks to make nests like they would in the wild.
The trip to Borneo certainly inspired me, and I know it changed April and Dr. Olson as well.
The Borneo trip was really an incredible experience for both April and myself. I think the thing that most affected me was seeing some of the individuals working so hard with conservation efforts with orangutans and the habitat there. The involvement of the community and how many people were truly involved, very dedicated to conserving the species and habitat.
Our trip to Borneo, if anything, inspired me to be more dedicated about orangutan conservation. Seeing them in Borneo, seeing them in the forest, meeting the people that are actually doing conservation work over there, it just helped me to know that I can make a difference and that everybody can make a difference.
Borneo definitely changed us all, and I'm encouraged by the people, programs, and government that are definitely working together to save the orangutan, other wildlife species, and the forests they call home.
After being here at the Kinabatangan Orangutan Conservation Project, I really realized how important it is for us to support research through our SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund. Now, they're able to look at the disturbed forests, knowing that reforestation projects work and that orangutans will be able to move back into those areas, which is huge for the amount of land and the resources that the orangutans need in order to be able to survive into the future.
Hi, I'm Jenny Bush, Conservation Ambassador for the Anheuser-Busch Adventure Parks. SeaWorld, Busch Gardens, and Discovery Cove are dedicated to the conservation and preservation of wildlife. And we believe the stories like the one you just experienced need to be told. The primates featured in this program are just a few of the many species that benefit from the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund, a nonprofit charitable organization dedicated to habitat protection, wildlife research, animal rescue, and conservation education. Your support to the continued viewing of programs like this is appreciated. I encourage you to learn all you can about animals and their environment. Remember, we're all interconnected. What happens to them eventually happens to us, so we need to protect them and their habitats. Together, we can make a difference.
couple magicians here today. They are called the Brothers Hocus. It's Mr. Jason and Mr. Kevin. They're here to perform some fun magic for us today. We love them here at the library. I wonder if we scream our slogan like we do, our slogan, really loud, dream big, read. They'll hear us because you know what? I don't see them. I don't see them anywhere back here. I know they're not in the closet because I looked in there just a little bit ago. I don't know where they are. So will you help me on the count of 3 as loud as we can? Dream big, read, okay? We're getting good at this summer. Let's try it. 1, 2, 3. Nope. Well, they're still not back there.
Louder, Miss Lorna.
What? Louder? Can you all be louder? That's loud. Well, I think all together. Let's do it all together. Remember our slogan, dream big, read. One more time.
Wait. You think this will happen here?
I think it's going to happen.
Wait. Where do you think we should start out at?
Let's go to that end of the room over
This
there.
side?
It might happen
Okay.
over here.
Excuse me, guys.
Excuse me.
Pardon me?
Thank you.
Wait.
Excuse me.
Right here? You think this is that?
I think so.
Right there?
Right there where the wind's blowing out right into the air.
No.
You don't think so?
No. What if we went over there? You think we
You-
could go over there?
Maybe we go over there. Excuse me. Pardon me.
Excuse me. Pardon me.
Oh, thank you. Fantastic. I'm just separating whole families here.
Excuse me. Pardon me. Squish a kid. Oh! There we go.
Here we go.
Right. Yep. Right there.
Right
Right
that
there.
look good?
Yep. Right there. I don't know. Yeah.
I don't know.
Right. No. Right there.
Maybe if we get right in front of this stage.
I don't know. I have a problem. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
thank
It happened again.
Oh, could you just touch his toe right there? There's kind of a button there to help it out. Come on. You know you want to.
Hello.
Thank you. Thank you so
Oh,
much.
my
He gets
goodness.
stuck sometimes.
Oh.
He's old.
Let's try right up front there. They're suggesting
fantastic.
we go up front there. So let me go see.
That's a fantastic idea. Excuse me.
Right up here.
Excuse me.
Yeah. Right there.
Right there.
I think if we count to 10,
Is there
it
one?
might happen. Look right there. 1, 2, 3. Right up there.
Right there.
I don't know if it's working.
I don't know if it's working
Is
either.
it up there, guys? Do you guys see it up there?
You guys see it?
See it?
You know, I think it happened.
You think we got them to look at the ceiling for a good 10, 15 seconds?
Yay!
Why? Why did we get them to do that?
Because we can.
That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are the Brothers Hocus. How you guys doing this morning? Yeah? Oh, wait, I forgot. I have to do this officially. Ladies! Boop. Oh, thank you. Sometimes I have to be reset. Sorry about that. But anyway, are you guys ready to have some fun? Yeah? All right, guys.
His name is
I'm Mr. Jason Mack, and this is
Kevin Miller.
That's right. And we'd like to thank you for having us back here at the LaVergne37086 Library. And we'd like to thank Miss... That's right, LaVergne37086.
LaVergne37086.
That's right. And we'd like to thank Miss Luna for having us here for Dream Big Sneeze. Dream Big Sneeze. They said it's not Dream Big Sneeze. It's Dream... They said it's Dream Big... Not Dream Big Sneeze. Dream Big Read.
Dream Big Read.
All right, guys. So I tell you what, I've got to go back here and get one little thing before we do our second trick. I'm going to let Mr. Kevin get started on our first trick. So you guys ready to have some fun?
Fantastic. Look at all the smiling faces out here today. We need a chair and we need one volunteer. All right. Thinking lady in the pink. Yes, you. Fantastic. Now, there's a prerequisite to this trick. Do you like marshmallows? Maybe. Have a seat. What's your name? Kiwi? Kiwi. Not like the fruit. Fantastic. All right, for this special trick, I need everyone to make a magical gesture. It goes just like this. Fantastic. You guys are so good. Now,
They put it up against their mouth, not their nose this time, right?
yeah, don't yank it up there. Just right up in there. Fantastic. All right. So this is a special trick in which you're all going to get to see the magic happen. But that's right. But only she'll get to experience the magic. That seemed like a pretty good deal? Yeah, fantastic. All right. So, let's see. Come on in, find a seat. We're just getting started. So I have here a whole bag of marshmallows. We'll see what happens later on. All right. So, here's how this is going to work. And remember, the magical gesture, just like that. Fantastic. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to count to 3. I'm going to place the marshmallow inside my hand. And if it's still in there, we think it's in there, it's yours. All right? Now, this is just a practice one. We're just going to position you out there. By the way, smile to everybody. They love to see you up here. Fantastic. It's just a practice. 1, 2, 3. Think we got it? No? Well, then you wouldn't get to have your very own marshmallow if we didn't. That one is yours. And where I washed my hands beforehand? Or did I? That's the magic. All right, this one's for real, okay? So here's what we're going to do. Remember the magical gesture. Fantastic. All right? 1, 2, 3. Think we got it? You know, you're absolutely right. We didn't. The magical gesture is fantastic. So we're going to try this again. All right? 1, 2, 3. We did? We did. Shh. Magical gesture time. Children. I mean, you got one. So, you know what? This might be too easy for me. I think that these little marshmallows just might be a little too easy. So what we need to do, we need big old marshmallows. They're like, oh yeah, it'll be great. Charmin toilet paper roll marshmallows, what these are. That would be awesome to have, wouldn't it? Yeah?
Look at him!
Just so, the magical gesture, so that the magic can happen. All right? 1, 2, 3. It's gone? But where did it go? But do you know where it went? No, not even a clue.
Thank you for being our volunteer.
Thank you so much.
Oh my goodness. You know what that was?
That was just awesome.
That was silly.
That was silly.
All right, hey guys, we're going to move on to the next. What we got here next today is something that's first time we brought here to the LaVergne Library. It's kind of silly. It's kind of fun. We have the Adventures of Super Frog. Now, how many of you wants to join us in the Adventures of Super Frog today? Raise your hands really super duper high. All right, what I need everybody to do is I'm going to bring out Super Frog. We got to bring him out, and what we're going to do is we're going to yell out really big and loud. Come on out, Super Frog, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh my goodness, what a great welcome. All right, so what we got to do is we're going to join Super Frog in his superhero adventures today. And we've got to find 2 people to join me on stage. Now wait, first of all, I have to ask Super Frog, hang on just a moment. All right, wait. Nope. What? I don't, I think she could be married, Super Frog. I don't know. Let me see. Wait, what? Oh, wait. This lady. Right back here. What? Yep. This lady right here in the pink shirt? Okay, all right. Would you? I think he's talking about you. Would you mind joining us up on stage? All right. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Now, come on right over here. Hi there. What's your name? Ashley. Say hi to Super Frog, Ashley. Super Frog, why don't you say hi to Ashley? What do you mean, hello, baby? Super Frog. Take a rest. Okay. Now, first of all, you're going to be our damsel in distress today, okay? So there's a couple of things I'm going to do. We're going to make you prettily pretty. We're going to add some things here from the owl. We're going to make you very pretty here. We're going to add a tiara, just like so. And I need you to hold on to these 2 pieces of candy because they will play an important part in today's story. Now, we have our superhero. We have our damsel in distress. And there's one more person we need. What is the other person that we need in a superhero? Wait. What character do we need in a superhero story? A bad guy? A villain? Is that what you said? We need a villain. We need a villain. Right?
Ah. Where is the Super Frog? Is he here?
Super Frog's here.
Oh, alas, we meet again for the first time today.
What are you doing here?
I'm the villain.
I was about to pick someone else to...
Oh, an apprentice! Fantastic! I love... Oh, okay, I need someone evil. Someone evil. Oh, look at all the energetic evil. You know who's evil. Parents, point to the evil ones. Oh, fantastic. Very good. Let's see. Oh, you, sir, you look especially evil today. Oh my goodness. So much evil in you.
Come right up, join us here on stage.
Let the hate flow through you. What's your name?
Timothy.
Timothy. How about evil Timothy? All right, yes. Fantastic. Now, if you would just stand right here.
Right up there, that's right.
Fantastic.
Now, there are 2 things that I think you need to give our villain to make him a villain just as good as
You need an awesome disguise like mine. So if you would, just face out in the audience, and we will get that for you. Here we go. You need, oh, this is going to be fantastic. You need a mask, like so. Feel free to play with it any way you like.
Perfect.
We have nocturnal animals falling over. And we need to put on the cape, if you would.
Is it the Cape of Doom?
All right, here we go.
All right, stand right there. Back up just a little bit there.
Yes, back up.
Just a little bit. All right.
Fantastic. Here we go.
Okay. So we have our villain in training.
Villain in training.
And we have our damsel in distress.
Damsel in distress.
And we have our superhero who is? Super Frog, that's right.
Like that.
Now, first of all, let me give you guys a little bit of the story of what's going on here in the town of LaVergne. Is that right? No. Anyway, in the town of LaVergne, our evil villain has been trying to collect all the candy in the city.
I will try to collect
and
all the
trying
candy.
to keep it in a safe.
Oh, here we go. I have all the candy in the safe.
When recently, our damsel in distress has just returned from a candy store, and our villain decides to add to his collection.
Excuse me, if you just hold on to our safe. Very good. Go, Timothy. Oh, excuse me?
Evil Timothy.
Evil thief.
And our villain comes upon the scene and takes the candy from our damsel in distress.
It's part of the story. Thank you. Oh, fantastic. I appreciate this. What we will do
And
is
returns to the evil hideout where he's going to add to his collection of candy.
I shall now add to my collection of candy.
Perfect. When suddenly our damsel in distress begins to cry because she has just lost her candy.
She doesn't seem very worked up over it.
No, she doesn't.
Maybe you should have got better candy.
Well, first of all, let me add this to it. Recently, our villain has been doing some updating to his hideout. He's just recently added a trapdoor.
Oh yes, we need a trapdoor.
It's actually a refurbished trapdoor. Why do you have a refurbished trapdoor?
Well, you see, evil isn't as economically feasible as it used to be back in the day. Ever since the dissolve of Lehman Brothers and stuff like that, we just can't do it. So here's what we'll do. We'll put that right there.
That's right. Now, Super Frog, what his biggest trick is he can go from one place to another without being seen. And hopefully, as long as he has his cape, he has his superpowers, and he'll be able to make that trip. Now, first of all, you know, it might be a good idea to make sure that you don't have any frogs on your side of the stage.
I think so. Would you look in there, see any frogs?
No frogs.
Any frogs? Any frogs? You know?
No
good? Fantastic. Now what we'll do is we'll put that right there, and you just hold it like so.
There you go. Hold it
Fantastic.
just like that. Now, just as soon as our damsel in distress began to cry, Super Frog showed up on the scene.
Oh,
on the scene.
Oh.
That's right. Thank you, ma'am. Now, if you would be kind enough to move around in the audience, it would sound like a whole lot more people were laughing.
I see what you did there.
I'll do that. Now, Super Frog is going to go in from here on the scene, and I'm going. Now, let me ask you something. If I promise to let you hold on to Super Frog, will you promise me one thing?
One thing.
You will not kiss him or attempt to kiss him. Okay. All right. What I want you to do is hold him up right there to your chest. Hold both sides. Grab both sides of the envelope. Put him right there to your chest. And what we're going to do is we're going to count to 3 and see if we can get Super Frog to jump from one side of the stage to the other. Okay? All right. So you hold it real tight. Don't let him out. You hold yours real tight. Don't let him in, but we're going to see if we can do it, okay? On the count of 3.
Oh, he'll be fine. He won't let nobody in. Look at him. He's tough.
1,
the best evil person ever.
2, 3. Did you feel anything happen? Nothing? Hang on just a second. Hey, Frog. Doing a show here. Yeah. Come on. No, you don't have time for a barbecue. Let's try this again. You hold on to him real tight. Hold on to the edges right there. All right, we'll try it again. We're going to make one more. We're going to try one more attempt to make the jump. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Anything?
No.
Anything? Nothing?
I'm beginning to suspect Super Frog is not so super after all.
Hey, you're showing me up, Frog. We got a show to do. All right, we're going to give you one more chance. Okay. We're going to give him one more chance, okay?
Maybe Evil will win this time.
Evil never wins.
Evil will win this time.
No. Here we go. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
No.
No? No? All right, Froggy. Froggy Pants. What do you... Now let me tell...
Oh my goodness.
You told me nothing happened.
He was like cardboard a second ago.
Super Frog has left the scene. Now wait. Do you think he made it into the trap door?
No, look at this guy. He's so full of not letting frogs in trap doors. He just can't have it.
Let's see.
We are excited about frogs today, apparently.
Yes. What? What if...
Oh my goodness!
What is it?
It's his cave!
Woo! He's naked!
What? Oh, wait. Oh, man. Now this is not good because Super Frog cannot complete his task if he doesn't have his cape. So what I've got to do...
That's okay. We don't need him.
Yeah. I think what we're going to do is we're going to try to send it back to him, okay? On the count of 3. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. And just like that, it's gone. Now, you know, I bet if we're in good luck, he probably found the way to your safe, and he probably got all of your candy back.
What were you doing? What were you doing?
You let him get all the candy. Thank you. We appreciate it. Now, you know, Super Frog might still be in your lair.
You know, he might. We should go look for Super Frog. Come. Refurbished my rear end. Are you seeing a frog?
What?
You see the frog? Debbie?
Whoa! He did it! Guys! Super Frog made it!
Buddy!
He got the candy back!
Okay. Prepare to take the blame in 3, 2, now!
Wow! That was kind of crazy. You know what? Super Frog, being the superhero that he is, says that if you will join the good side, he bets that she will share one of these pieces of candy with you. Are you willing to go back to the good side? Are you willing to let him have a piece of candy if he goes to the good side? Ladies and gentlemen, give it up to our volunteers who joined us today. And thanks, Super Frog. Thank you. Let me please put your stuff there for me. Thank you, guys. Woo! Sorry, babe. Yep, there we go. Thank you very much. You guys having fun? Yeah? Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to move on to something. Excuse me. Yeah.
Sure.
Why do you have a menu?
Well, it's break. It's break. It's break. The librarian wanted us to do magic and said we could have one break.
One break? No. We don't have time. We've only done 2 things.
Yeah, and now it's break time.
You don't have time to leave and go out and get any food. It's time to. We got to go on with the show.
But you see, I really want this. I don't know. What do you think would be best? What do you like? I love the audience participation.
It's very loud.
That's a lot of it. Chicken wrap. I like the hamburger myself.
Well, but even if you do like the hamburger, look, we don't have time. We've got to go on with the show.
Okay.
So,
well, what if I ordered in?
No, we gotta go on. So we don't have time to. You don't have time to go anywhere. What? Fries too? Really? Okay. Well, if you made this, then surely you can make another. You can get me some, right?
I don't know.
You said it when you had time for break time.
Because there's a lot of
What? You get the last. Well, I'm not gonna eat these. You are eating these. Let's move on. We got other stuff to do. You can finish these after the show.
All right.
Give me these. Give me these. All right. You know what we need?
A glass of water?
Probably so. We need 2 volunteers. Okay? Right? Okay. And I'm gonna go with. I'm gonna try to choose a boy and a girl. Try to be fair this time. I'm gonna use this young man right here in the blue, and I'm gonna let you pick somebody.
Oh.
Is that too good? Got to pick about the same height somewhere around there?
Yep.
All right.
Someone from the back. You,
yes.
pigtails. Yeah.
Who?
No, you. Yeah, number 14. Come on up.
Woo!
Or no.
Or you, 04.
04.
That's right. 04. What a great year. Okay. All right. Are you guys glad you volunteered? Maybe not in a minute. We'll see. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a little something here today. We're going to do something called the Houdini chain escape. But we need you guys to help us out a little bit.
You know
okay?
what else I think we need?
What?
We need everyone to dial it down just a bit. Bring it down.
We want to make sure everybody else can hear what's going on, okay? All right? It's very hard, I know some. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to do Houdini's famous chain escape, but we're going to do it a little bit differently than we've done in the past here today, and that's why we have you guys up here, okay? All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to stretch this out right in front of us. I'm going to give you that in, sir. I'm going to give you this in. And this is, parents, this is a great photo opportunity. It will get better. Put your head right through there. Put your head, just your head. Your head. Yeah, there you go. That would be your head. There you go. Perfect. There you go, right through there.
Oh, wow.
Up.
The cranial capacity of this one is tremendous.
That means she's smart.
Stand by for magic.
Oh, just wait. The strong magic man.
Yeah, really.
What is this stuff made? This is the stuff great shows are made of.
Hold still.
That's
There we
great.
go.
Woo, perfect. Okay.
All right.
Perfect. All right, I want you to step over this way a little bit. You step over that way a little. You step that way just a little bit. Perfect. Right. Now, there's only one more thing we need. We need to make this a little bit more perfect. You know what would make this even better? We haven't used an animal in the show. We need to make some bunny rabbits. Perfect. What do you think? You know what, Kevin? I'll give you the one with the sparkles. That's right. No. What? Not for you. That's right. For these guys right here. Perfect. Aren't you so glad you volunteered?
Now you got to wiggle your nose like a bunny.
Oh, no. All right. So here's what we're going to do. All right? These guys are perfect. All right, so I need somebody to bring me up. I need to bring somebody up here to lock me up, and I'm going to actually ask for an adult. Wait. I'm actually going to ask for adult for this one, okay? Just for, oh, I know. Okay, so do I have an adult who wants to volunteer, or do I get to come pick you?
We'll let your kids decide.
Oh, yeah. Who we got? Come on. Ooh. Will you come up here and help us out? Awesome. Everybody give her a round of applause. Yay! Check it out. Hi there. Thank you for volunteering to be a victim. No, I'm just... All right, so what we're going to do is I'm going to have you lock me up in chains, okay? I'm going to put these behind my back. First of all, I want you to check out the locks. Make sure there's no funny business about the locks. They seem pretty normal.
Well, we all seem pretty normal.
All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put these on. I want you to lock these. Hang on just a second, bud. Going to bring this up right here. Wrong one. Oops, wrong one. Sorry. There we go. And we're going to make this as tight as we possibly can. Whoop, that's okay. Just bring the one on the end up. Might have to, how about this one right here? There we go. There we go, perfect. Awesome. There you go. That's what counts. Push it on in, it won't hurt. Yep. There we go, perfect. Now we're going to do the same thing with the other two on this side right here. Check it out, make sure it's good and locked up. I'm going to walk out here and let you guys check it out a little bit. Okay. Tell me when we're locked on that side. Good and locked?
Almost.
Almost.
It's almost there.
There, I heard it snap. Right, cool. All right, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I'm going to walk over here, you guys. I want you guys to pull on that. Make sure it's good and locked right there. Pull on it good and tight. Thank you. I'm going to come right over here. I'm going to have you guys pull on that. Check it out. Make sure it's good and tight. Good and tight? All right. Gesundheit. Yeah. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here and we're going to try to do a quick little escape right here. All right? So what I want you to do is I want you both to look out there and smile really, 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 really big. Now, if you could move down just a little bit, just bend down just a little bit lower. That's right. We're still locked up here. Okay, good. It's good. All right. Now, what we'll
I think they need to separate a little bit. Go.
Come down just a little bit right there. That's good. Good right there. I think that's good. What if, I'll tell you what, if we scoot you forward just a little bit, that's right, and you go forward there just a little bit. I don't know what's happening here. This could be kind of strange. I tell you what, now if I go back out here like this, now wait, what if, now wait, hang on. I tell you what, we're going to make this a little bit more interesting here, okay? What I'm going to do is I'm going to borrow your hand right here. I'm going to have you grab a hold of this lock right here. Hold that right there. And I'm going to borrow your hand right here. I'm going to have you grab a hold, put your hand right there, and hold on to that lock right there. Now, stay right there for me. We are going to take the bunny ears off here real quick. Stay right there. Stay right there. Oh! Hang on. Now wait. Uh-oh. We're stuck again. Whoop. Up.
Just yank it off. It'll be fine.
Okay, cool. Now, you guys can go back to your seats. That's right. What? You mean, wait, you guys sat together, right? You guys didn't sit together? Well, I guess you're going home today together. Hang on just a second. We'll get them unlocked. Hang on. Ladies and gentlemen, give our friends a nice round of applause. I hope these are the right keys. No? All right, thank you very much, sir. Why don't you top that, Mr. Kevin?
You know what? That's going to be tough to top. Thank you guys so much.
All right, we need everybody's attention one more time so we can... Okay, top it.
All right. That was pretty good. But I think it's time for me to wander out into the audience and juggle 3 flaming chainsaws.
Nope.
Yes.
Nope. Not gonna happen.
Yeah.
You know Miss Lorna loves, Lorna loves fire.
Oh yeah.
Fire? No, you gotta know.
All right.
Okay.
How about 4 screaming children?
Yeah! No, can't do that. No,
wow.
Wow, that was a good one. I like that one.
Yeah.
No, no, I don't think.
And they come pre-screamed. Look at them. Okay.
Bring it down 1 notch, thank you.
Okay, how about
Screaming chicken.
how about 3 50-pound bowling balls?
Yes.
Yes. I love the bowling ball idea.
No.
The bowling. Oh. Okay. How about this? Okay. Because I love the bowling ball idea. How about we make a bowling ball appear from a magical, mysterious place? A land that time forgot. Yeah. No.
But, yeah. Okay. Sure. Whatever. Let's go.
All right. Fantastic.
So wait a second. Let's make this a little bit harder on him, okay? Should we make this a little harder on him?
I heard 1 no. I heard 1
no.
no.
She's cheering you on.
Thank you so much.
So what we're gonna do, I think maybe we should make him pick out a color. That way he won't know. We should pick a color. That way he won't know what color bowling ball.
I want a little one. I don't want to make this too hard. I wonder if this little girl right here who's making way to the stage right now, you want to help us out on a trick?
Come on
You want
down.
to help us? What's your name? That's right. Help us out? Maybe?
Should we help us out?
We're going to pick
Okay,
it.
awesome.
Fantastic. Yeah, high five.
Woohoo!
Low 5, but that'll work.
That's all right.
We got all these balloons over here. Okay? All these balloons. And we got pink balloons and red balloons and orange balloons and green balloons and blue balloons. Now what you do is I want you to take a handful of these balloons, just grab a handful. I want you to stick them in the bag for me, okay?
Okay.
Can you do that?
All right.
Don't tell me what to do.
There's 1.
What happened?
It's unzipped.
What?
Yeah, you were. Oh, you know what, Jason?
What?
Oh.
Oh, excuse me.
You might want to zip your zipper.
Oh, yep. Oh. Excuse me. Okay. All right. Put them all right in there. Put them all in there. Get as many as you want.
You want a few more in there?
All right.
Fantastic.
I think
You
that's
are
good.
a pro at this.
I think that's good.
Now what Mr. Jason's going to do is he's going to shake them up.
Shake the balloons, not your body.
Does that finger taste pretty good?
Shake the balloons, not your head.
All right. Now, all I want you to do is I want you to close your eyes and reach in and pick 1 balloon out.
Can you reach in there and pull out 1 balloon? Reach in here, babe.
No,
Right here. Look, right here. Reach inside. Pull out 1. Pull out 1. Pull out 1.
Got it? Oh, there it is.
Perfect.
Fantastic. I'm going to take that. Thank you so much.
Now.
So, we have our 1 red balloon. So we know we want the bowling ball to be red, okay? Of all these colors. You pick the red one. Cool? You like that? You want a balloon to take home? You can have that one. Awesome. Okay, so what we need now is a special magic cloth. Okay? Special magic. What we need is a special magic clock. Good. So what we're going to do is we're going to put this back over here, like that. All right. So if you would stand right here and look out. You don't have to look. Just like that. And Jason is going to hold that end, and I need you to hold this end. Can you do that for me?
Can you hold this side? Grab a hold. There you go. Perfect.
Fantastic.
Okay. What are you doing anyway?
Oh, well, I'm going to make a bowling ball up here. From behind the curtain. Oh.
Hold it up high.
Real tight.
Hold it up high.
You got it?
There you go.
Good job.
Hold it tight. Wait a second. What are you doing?
Magic sounds like a balloon sometimes. Oh, thank you. Thank you. That you can actually keep that. So put that in your hand right there. And
smile
come
real
over here.
big.
Smile everyone in. I see how you did that land. Hold that. You got it? This is the best. Bowling ball. Think round thoughts.
Think square thoughts.
Go. What are you doing? Wait.
What are you doing? I'm making a bowling ball up here.
Right.
Hang on. Hang on.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
It is a bowling ball. His name is Bali.
Is that a bowling ball? What do you think? You like it? Wait, I have something for you. You know what? I'm gonna go get him a special reward for his bowling ball. Just wait. It'll be good.
See, Bali has a whole backstory. It's fun. See, he was the only bowling ball that could actually jump over the pins because he doesn't like confrontation. And right over here. And
Now wait a second.
Thank you. I don't know if he'll let me do that again, so you can keep that.
Now wait. You promised that you were going to make a bowling ball here.
I did, and then you popped it.
Was it really a bowling ball? Was that really a bowling ball?
You can actually grab a seat now if you want. You want to grab a seat?
So
thank you so much.
I think you need to do what you promised. I think you need to do what you promised. You need to make a bowling ball up here.
Okay. It's fine. I have something just in case for these sorts of incidents. All right. It's kind of like a magician's insurance.
Okay.
Yes, like a first aid kit. And here is the kit. It's our just in case case. Just in case. So, remember that we wanted a bowling ball, and we wanted it red, and we wanted it from 0 to 50 pounds.
You did not stop doing that.
So, ta-da!
I think that was pretty good. Let's give Mr. Kevin a round of applause. All right. Woo!
Fantastic.
All right. Okay. Have you guys had fun?
Well, we certainly did.
Yes, we did. But I think it's just about time that we have to head out. What? What?
You want to wade through the children?
Do you need it for today?
Well, wait. You know what? You know what we haven't done?
What?
We haven't taught them how to do a trick.
Is
Or
that,
how we
is that
have-
what this is? Is that what you got here?
Well, we usually don't, but you know, I'm feeling kind of nice today. Maybe, would you guys like to see how we do a trick? How we learn how to do a trick? All right, I'm going to trust you guys. If you, Miss Lorna, if you would hand it to a child and you let them pass it forward. Pass it forward, pass it forward, pass it forward, pass it forward. Hopefully it'll still be alive when it gets up here. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, it's still good.
Okay, cool. All right, now, first things first. Before you guys get to learn, before you guys get to learn how we do a trick, you have to take the oath. Are you guys ready to take the oath? Okay, you have to, you have to raise your right hand. Some of you, your other right hand. For those of you who don't know, raise both hands and that'll work. All right, so you have to repeat after me, okay? I promise not to tell how the trick is done. Well, Mommy and Daddy will go on the road with me and Mr. Kevin and the Brothers Hocus touring show, and we'll have to go to every show again and again and again, and they will see all the things that we have to do, and I don't know if I can come up with anything else to say, and I'm just going to keep talking until I get...
Forever and ever, amen, with liberty and justice for all.
You know what I noticed? You know what I noticed? When I said, you know, the parents would have to go on the road with us, they were like, get your hands up.
Get your hands up, kids.
Get your hands
Everyone
up.
get your hands up.
All right, you guys. Are you guys ready to have a little fun and learn to see how we do a trick? Okay,
All right.
this is going to be me and Mr. Kevin, okay?
So we need everyone
we need
to...
absolute silence. Okay? All right, let me see. You know, we get these things, sometimes they're kind of mixed up and bagged up the weird ways that they are. Oh, hey, they put the instructions on top this time.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah. Okay, so I'll give you some instructions.
All right.
Okay? And I've got a good box over here. All right. This will be good. Let's see here. Yep. Is that alien? Wait, oh, I see. Hang on. Can I see this?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. There you go.
Thanks, buddy.
You're so
Wow.
Probably
Makes
cleared up.
a difference.
Yes.
All right, here we go. Dear sir or madam.
I'm a sir.
Do you have a problem being cool?
No.
All right.
I am cool.
Do you often long to be the center of attention?
Of course.
Are you interested in astounding your friends, amazing your companions, befriending your companions, and amazing your astounders? Is there a void in your life that can only be filled with the sounds of applause and the laughter of children? Or are you looking for that final last-ditch effort to repair a relationship with a husband, wife, coworker, or offspring? Or are you broadening your horizons in a knee-jerk reaction to the economic baseball bat that is beating your company into submission?
Oh my gosh, did you just read like a whole book?
Yep. Then you've purchased the right product. We at Acme Magic stand by all of our products with this simple promise. If you don't get it right the first time, magic probably isn't for you.
Sounds like skydiving.
Your purchase of the Vanishing Bandana comes complete with 2 props.
Okay.
One, a single square of dark cloth, and a yellow bandana.
Uh-oh.
It's a yellow banana.
Kev, we have a problem.
Let's get started.
Wait.
First, pick up the bandana.
Which one?
The yellow bandana. Fold the bandana in half. That's right, fold the bandana in half. Now, fold it one more time. Take the folded bandana and hide it in your left hand. This is what magicians like to call taking the folded bandana and hiding it in your left hand. Remember to keep your hand held in a natural position, but be careful not to reveal the hidden bandana. Now that you've mastered hiding the bandana in your left hand, you're ready to begin. Are you having fun yet? And so I continue. Open the folded bandana. Show the audience that it is indeed a regular bandana by waving it up and down. If an audience member does not believe that it is indeed a real banana, allow him or her to wipe their face on it. And damn it. Now, pick up the dark square of fabric and gather the four corners together. Okay. This will create a small bag. Sure. Have you done that?
Yeah. It's great, I promise.
All right. Using your free hand, fold the bandana along the creases you made earlier and drop it inside the makeshift bag.
Yeah.
From the outside of the bag, squeeze the bandana into a small little ball. That's right, really squeeze it.
Yeah.
It's too late to turn back now. What the audience didn't see is that you never actually put the bandana in the makeshift bag at all. You really kept it hidden in your left hand the entire time. Remember what we learned? Taking the bandana, hiding it in your left hand? Yes, I'm sure you do. Now, don't forget to keep your left hand held naturally.
Oh, gosh.
Now
yeah.
make a magical gesture.
Yep.
And fling the bag open and receive your well-deserved applause. As compliments of our sister company, Church Street Fruit and Nuts, we have enclosed a complimentary banana.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are the Brothers Hocus. We hope you enjoyed having us today. We had a good time performing for you. And you guys have a great day, okay?
The whole time, the bandana was a banana.
Hi, I'm Russell, and this is my dad, Bruce Hornsby, and he loves to write, perform, and record music.
Inspiration isn't always easy, but having the right tools can really help.
That's why we love math, science, and technology.
Whether you're playing in your living room or a live concert hall, math, science, and technology helps you create amazing sounds.
Be sure to join the Treehouse Detectives as they learn all about sound, frequency, pitch, and how NASA is using this technology to improve our lives in the NASA Sci-Files, the case of the deafening sound.
Be sure to look for the answers to the following questions. What is sound? How is a compressional wave measured? What is frequency? When you see this icon, the answer is near.
Are you ready?
All systems are go.
Good luck, kids!
Dr. D, look out! Dr. D? Dr. D, watch out!
Great job today, kids. Taking my plane to the lab to make some adjustments. Hope to be back in a couple of days. This flying business is great fun. See you later.
Bye, Dr. D.
Bye-bye. I don't think Dr. D realized how close he was to getting hurt.
I was yelling as loud as I could, but I guess he couldn't hear me.
And that could be really dangerous.
Maybe he didn't hear over the sound of the planes.
That is possible. I guess we need to find a better way to communicate.
Right, because yelling sure didn't work. I think we need to brainstorm other ways to communicate.
Great idea. Or maybe we could come up with hand signals like the guys with flashlights at the airport.
Or we could write down messages. What about radio headsets?
Or maybe some sort of megaphone system.
Right.
Or maybe we can make our planes a little quieter.
Oh, I see. Make the planes quieter, not us louder. Good idea. Maybe we could even wrap something around the engine to muffle the sound.
We should talk to Dr. D about our ideas.
Right. Maybe he can help us make our plane less noisy.
We also need to contact the other treehouse detectives. We're going to need everyone on this one. Hi, Dr. D.
Hey, Dr. D, how's it going?
Hi, kids. What's up?
We're concerned that our plane is too loud.
What makes you say that?
Well, we just think it would be a good idea to make a quieter plane. Can you help us?
Sure. There's lots of things you can do. But first, you'll have to learn about sound.
Can't we just build a quieter plane?
Patience, Matthew. Remember, haste makes waste.
What does that mean?
It means if we go too quickly, we may end up with poor results. It's important to understand the basics.
I guess that makes sense.
Very good. So let's start with the definition of sound.
Isn't sound just something that can be heard?
Well, that's a start, but you can't hear all sounds. Actually, sound is a longitudinal wave produced by vibrations that travel through a material medium.
Okay, Dr. D. I think I know what waves and vibrations are, but can you describe the rest of that definition in English?
Okay. Anything that moves back and forth, side to side, or up and down is vibrating. Here, move this bar on the wave machine up and down.
It looks like waves on a beach.
That's right. You're creating a disturbance by vibrating your hand, and that disturbance or energy travels along the bars.
Isn't energy the ability to do work or to move something through a distance?
Very good. This kind of wave, where the motion of the material, like the bars in our wave machine, is perpendicular to the direction the wave travels, is called a transverse wave.
You said that sound was longitudinal wave. How is that different?
With a longitudinal or compressional wave, an object vibrates back and forth like this. The vibrating object pushes air molecules, which in turn push other air molecules, passing the energy along.
And molecules are the smallest particles of a compound that still have all the properties of the compound.
So the molecules move back and forth in the same direction the wave moves. Do they also move away from the source?
Just like our wave machine, the air molecules just vibrate back and forth in place. It's the energy or the disturbance that travels through the material medium.
So what's a material medium?
It's a fancy name for whatever is vibrating.
So bars on the wave machine or the air would be a material medium.
That's right. Light waves can go through a vacuum, but sound waves must go through something, like a solid, a liquid, or the air.
Which is the material medium.
Very good. Just like your moving hand made waves here, all sound waves are created by vibration.
I know. When I talk, my vocal cords vibrate and create sound. We talked about this in health class. I can feel the vibrations in my throat.
Excellent. And to make a trumpet work, you vibrate your lips kind of like this. It sounds better through a trumpet.
Okay, it makes sense now. When something vibrates, like Dr. D's lips, the air molecules nearby move back and forth.
That vibration creates a longitudinal wave, which then travels through the air in the trumpet and across the room.
In this case, the material medium is the air.
You've got it. Congratulations. I've got to leave, but keep me up to date on your progress.
We will, Dr. D. See you later.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
That was weird. It was almost like he was in his own little world when we got in the lab.
Yes, it was. As always, Dr. D was very helpful, but I don't think he could hear us when we said hello.
Maybe he was just deep in thought.
Maybe, but I think it's pretty obvious that if we're going to fly our planes with Dr. D, we need to make them quieter.
How do we do that?
The very reliable, tried and true problem board.
Genius. Okay, what do we know?
We know that sound is something that can be heard.
And it starts with vibrations. We know that vibrations make the molecules in the medium collide, and they pass on their energy.
We also know that our planes are loud.
And we know that Dr. D didn't hear our warnings about running into the cooler when we were flying our planes.
So what do we need to know?
We need to know if it is possible to make our planes quieter.
And we need to know if there's something wrong with Dr. D's hearing.
And I guess to do that, we probably need to learn more about sound waves.
So where do we go?
Our first stop should be NASA. If anyone knows anything about airplanes, it's NASA. I also called the other treehouse detectives, and Justin's on his way to Seattle with his family.
Seattle? I think Boeing is there too.
NASA does research with Boeing, don't they?
Sure.
Maybe Justin can do some research while he's in Seattle.
Great, and I bet Bianca could find someone to talk to at NASA.
And they do not have crests nor troughs.
What do they have instead?
Here, let me show you. Hold this end of the slinky and watch what happens when I move it back and forth.
Some areas are more crowded together, and some areas are more spread apart.
Exactly. Where the coils are close together, this is called a compression. And where they are spread apart, it's called a rarefaction.
Kaylee said that sound is created by vibration, but I didn't understand exactly how compressional waves actually form.
Let's use the example of a radio. When you turn the radio on, the speaker begins to vibrate. As the speaker moves outward, the air molecules are pushed together to form a compression, or a crowded region. When the speaker moves back, a rarefaction, or a spread out region is formed. As long as the speaker continues to vibrate back and forth, compressions and rarefactions are formed, and these disturbances move away from the source at the speed of sound.
We also learned that light waves have different lengths. If a compressional wave doesn't have crests or troughs, can you measure its wavelength?
You can measure the wavelength of a compressional wave by measuring from the start of the compression or rarefaction to the start of the next compression or rarefaction. You just have to be sure you start at the same place each time.
How long are compressional waves?
Compressional waves, or sound waves that you can typically hear, range from a few centimeters to about 15 to 20 meters.
That's a big difference.
In my research, I read something about frequency. What is it?
Good question. The frequency of a wave is the number of wavelengths that pass a fixed point each second.
So you find the frequency of a compressional wave by counting the number of compressions or rarefactions that pass the point every second.
You're catching on. Frequency is expressed in hertz. A frequency of 1 hertz means that 1 wavelength passes by in 1 second.
I've heard the term high frequency. That must be when many compressions or rarefactions pass through a point in 1 second.
That's right. And low frequency is when fewer compressions or rarefactions pass through that point in 1 second.
I never knew there was so much to learn about sound. But why does NASA study sound?
NASA's committed to aeronautics research, and one area of study is aircraft noise reduction and making our skies quieter.
What kind of research do you do?
My research is on reducing helicopter noise. Helicopter noise is very distinct in its character, and some people find it very annoying.
Helicopters can be very loud and noisy.
The use of helicopters is also increasing, and as the number of helicopters increases, so does the noise problem.
Why is helicopter use increasing?
Helicopters provide ways to travel that are unique and different from fixed wing. For example, they can hover and maneuver in very small areas, and they're also very effective in transporting people and goods to locations that fixed wing aircraft cannot travel.
Right, because fixed wing aircraft need a runway. Aren't helicopters also used for rescue operations?
Absolutely. In addition, helicopters are being used more and more by police and news reporters. And with airports becoming more congested, passenger helicopters can now be used to transport people between cities.
And if an airport can reduce the number of planes taking off, it will help make neighborhoods a lot less noisy.
That's correct.
So how can you make a helicopter quieter?
We look at the design of the blade. The blade is one of the main sources for noise. We test different sizes, shapes, twists, and rates at which blades rotate to find designs that are quieter than normal blades and maintain their performance capabilities.
I didn't realize that there are so many variables that affect noise. That might be a clue for our model airplane. Thanks, Miss Burley.
Not a problem. Let me show you how we test for rotor blade noise. This is a 50...
Bianca's report from NASA is very interesting. I had no idea that NASA does so much research on aircraft noise. Maybe I can do some research while in Seattle, Washington.
So what's up? Can the Treehouse detectives find a way to quiet their airplane? Is frequency a clue? Find out in the next exciting chapter of The Case of the Deafening Sound.
Be sure to look for the answers to the following questions. What is intensity? What does anechoic mean? What 3 mediums does sound travel through? When you see this icon, the answer is near. Seattle is an amazing place. It's surrounded by huge mountains located on the Puget Sound, which is cool because you get to travel around on really cool ferries. It's also the site of the 1962 World's Fair, and the Space Needle, built for the fair, actually has a revolving restaurant and observation deck. The view of the city is awesome. I think I'll check out the fish market. Bianca emailed me and said that her mom suggested I check out Boeing. They're the largest manufacturer of commercial jetliners and military aircraft in the United States. They work to reduce aircraft noise also, so they should be able to help me learn more about sound. Wow, this place is huge. I read that Boeing's facility here in Everett, Washington covers 98.3 acres and is recognized by the Guinness Book of World Records as the largest building in the world by volume, measuring 13.3 million cubic meters. Miss Belinda Williams, an engineer at Boeing and a mentor for the Society of Women Engineers, agreed to meet with me about sound. Hopefully, she will be able to help us with our remote control plane as well. We think that our model airplane is too loud and might cause some hearing problems.
Knowing the intensity of sound is very important because loud sounds can cause hearing loss.
What exactly is intensity?
Intensity is the amount of energy that flows through a certain area in 1 second. When you listen to the radio, the sound energy spreads out from the radio in all directions. If you hold a loop between you and the radio, the intensity would be measured by the amount of sound energy passing through the loop in 1 second.
If sound energy spreads out in all different directions, wouldn't less energy pass through the loop in a second the further away it is from the source?
That's correct, and it would be less intense.
What if I turn down the volume on the radio? I'm sure that would reduce the intensity.
Exactly. When you lower the volume, you lower the energy of the sound waves passing through the loop in 1 second.
We learned about compressions and rarefactions in sound waves. Does lowering or raising the volume change the compressions or rarefactions?
Yes. For example, When a radio speaker vibrates strongly with a lot of energy, it really bunches up the air particles in a compression and spreads them way out in a rarefaction.
And the strong vibrations make the wave more active.
You got it. Intensity also influences how far away sound can be heard. For example, if you whisper, the sound waves created have low intensity and don't travel far.
That's why when you whisper, only the people close to you can hear you.
Of course, some of a wave's energy is converted to other forms of energy when it's passed from particle to particle. Here, I'll demonstrate on the slinky. When I pull the slinky back, what type of energy does the slinky have?
Potential energy.
Very good. As I release the slinky, potential energy is converted into energy of motion. As the energy in the slinky travels down the slinky and back up, a small amount of energy has been transferred.
And because it transferred some of its original energy, the slinky doesn't have enough energy to continue making waves back and forth.
Exactly. And the transfer of energy continues until the slinky has no more energy and stops. What would happen if I pulled back more of the slinky?
It would have more potential energy, and it would make the waves for a longer period of time before it stopped.
Good job. Similarly, a sound wave of lower intensity loses its energy more quickly and travels a shorter distance than a sound wave of higher intensity.
That's why intense sounds are loud.
Loudness is a human perception of sound intensity. Everyone has different levels of sensitivity to noise.
Can we measure the intensity of sound?
Yes, we can measure the intensity of sound with special instruments, such as a noise dosimeter or a sound level meter.
Why is it important to measure the intensity of sound?
To protect ourselves from continual exposure to conditions that may cause hearing loss.
How is sound measured?
Intensity of sound can be described using a measurement scale. Each unit on the scale is called a decibel. And on this scale, the faintest sound that most people can hear is 0 decibels.
Well, how many decibels would be considered too loud or unsafe?
Any sound above 120 decibels is considered unsafe and can cause hearing loss.
What kind of sounds are more than 120 decibels?
Race cars, rock bands, jackhammers, and airplanes taking off are all over 120 decibels. You can use guidelines to help you estimate the intensity of sound. For example, a cat purring is only about 25 decibels, a vacuum cleaner is around 75 decibels, and a power mower is about 110 decibels.
I think our model airplane might be more than 120 decibels. It's pretty loud. We might need to reduce its noise level. Does Boeing do any research on reducing noise on planes?
Absolutely. Boeing has an entire engineering group devoted to reducing aircraft noise. They continually develop designs ranging from jet noise suppressors on the engine to low noise landing gear. Boeing and NASA are both working towards reducing aircraft noise as much as possible.
Do you think that Boeing's engineering group could help us make our model airplane quieter?
Maybe. The concepts we use to lower noise levels are applicable to all aircraft. Boeing actually has a radio control club called the Boeing Hawks. They might be better suited to answer that question. Let's send them an email.
Ms. Williams was very helpful, and she heard back from the Boeing Hawk RC Club. They suggested that we use a good muffler, shock mounts, a 4-cycle engine, and a better propeller. They also said that we should comply with any noise limits, establish boundaries of the fields, and most importantly, wear hearing protection. Sounds like we have a lot of work to do.
Excellent report. Justin really learned a lot. I've been looking at all the adjustments we could make.
Is it expensive? Remember, we are on a budget.
Is it expensive to fix a hearing problem? How much is your hearing worth to you? And Dr. D's hearing. Did Dr. D not hear you again? Again, it was weird. I was talking to him earlier about my meeting with Miss Burley, and a couple of times he seemed to not even hear me.
Maybe he was distracted. Maybe he was so focused on flying that he tuned you out. I can't imagine Dr. D not being able to hear. He's like Superman.
Maybe he got a hold of some kryptonite. This is serious.
I know, but we don't know that Dr. D has a hearing problem.
What do we know? We know that we need to go to the problem board. Okay, so we know that our plane seems loud.
And we know that sound is created by vibrations.
And that those vibrations create compressional waves. We know a wavelength is measured from one compression or rarefaction to the next. And frequency is the number of wavelengths that pass a certain point in a second. We also know that intensity is measured in decibels, and the more intensity a wave has, the further it can be heard.
And don't forget that over 120 decibels is unsafe.
The Boeing Hawks Club also made some great recommendations for making our model airplane quieter. We don't know that Dr. D has a hearing problem, but we do know that on a few specific occasions he hasn't responded to us. What do we need to know? The first time we noticed Dr. D's problem, he was pretty far away. In that case, the sound may not have had enough intensity to travel that far.
I think we need to know more about how sound travels, and if it travels first class.
Very funny. We also need to know if everyone hears sound in the same way. What do you mean? Matthew has a point. Maybe Dr. D didn't hear us because he was so focused on flying his plane. Where should we go to find out more? I'm not sure, but I do know where we can learn more about sound.
Of course, NASA. They work closely with the Air Force to create the X-1, the first plane to break the sound barrier.
I wonder if they use the problem board to figure out that one. To download your own problem board, visit the NASA Sci-Files website. I'm meeting with Dr. Florence Hutchison at NASA Langley. She asked me to meet her in her lab, something called an anechoic chamber. I can't wait to see it. So what does anechoic mean?
Anechoic simply means producing no echoes. For example, this facility is specifically designed for anechoic testing. Notice how the walls and the floor of the test chamber are covered with wedges of foam. These wedges are used to absorb the sound that is propagating from our test model.
Why do you need a special chamber?
Well, the anechoic chamber is needed because the presence of any reflected wave will interfere with our measurements of the sound that is coming directly from the models that we're testing.
We're sort of working with the model. We're trying to reduce the noise created by our remote control plane.
Hey, sounds like your treehouse version of NASA.
Exactly. So far we've learned that sound travels as a wave, and the more energy it has, the further it can travel. But we wanted to learn more about how fast sound can travel.
Well, sound travels at different speed depending on what it is traveling through.
Do you mean whether it's traveling through water or air, or what Dr. D called mediums?
Yes, there are three mediums that sound can travel through: solid, liquid, and gases. Sound travels slowest through a gas, faster through a liquid, and even faster through most solids.
How fast does sound travel in air?
Well, the speed of sound in air depends on temperature. For example, at freezing, which is 0 degrees Celsius, the speed of sound is 331 meters per second, which is about 740 miles per hour at sea level.
So what happens when the temperature is warmer?
Well, at room temperature, which is about 20 degrees Celsius, sound travels at about 343 meters per second, which corresponds to 767 miles per hour.
So sound travels faster when the air is warmer. But how fast does sound travel through water and solids?
Well, in water, it travels at about 1,500 meters per second, and in a solid such as steel, it travels at 6,000 meters per second, which is about 13,000 miles per hour.
That's really fast. Why does sound travel fastest in solids?
The molecules in a solid medium are much closer together than those in a liquid or gas. This closeness and interactivity of molecules allows sound waves to travel more quickly through a solid.
We learned that sounds get softer as they travel farther away from the source. Is there any other way to make sound softer?
Yes, the sound can be absorbed. Materials such as draperies and carpet are good sound absorbers, just like the foam in our anechoic chamber. Sound can also be reflected away. For example, walls are built along the side of highways to create a sound barrier which redirects the sound from the cars away from the houses.
Does sound always travel in a straight line?
While sound waves spread out in all directions from the source, they may be reflected, refracted, scattered, and even diffracted.
That sounds like more research. I read that NASA's doing research on sonic booms. What exactly is a sonic boom?
A sonic boom is a noise that is similar to a clap of thunder. It is caused by an airplane or other object moving faster than the speed of sound in air.
How is it created?
An aircraft travels through the atmosphere continuously producing air pressure waves. When the aircraft exceeds the speed of sound, these waves combine and form shock waves which travel forward from the point where they began. The sound heard on the ground as a sonic boom is the abrupt rise and fall in pressure as the shock wave passes by.
Why does NASA study sonic booms?
Well, the development of commercial supersonic aircraft is of great interest to everyone, and it will reduce significantly travel time to and from distant places.
Supersonic planes would mean that we could travel from New York to someplace like Japan in only a few hours?
Yes, but first we have to lessen or mitigate sonic boom, so people aren't startled by this very sudden and loud noise as a supersonic aircraft is flying overhead.
I guess that is pretty important.
Yes, and NASA is also working really hard at reducing aircraft noise in general. For example, my work is aimed towards reducing airframe noise.
What is airframe noise?
Airframe noise is a noise that is created by the air flowing around the body of the airplane, the wings, the landing gears, and other parts of the plane. Let me show you how we test a model.
Dr. Hutchison's research is very cool, and NASA's working hard to make skies quieter. Our remote control plane may not create a sonic boom like commercial airlines, but hopefully we can help reduce noise as well.
Great stuff. I didn't realize sound traveled at different speeds in different conditions.
And we're just getting started. Don't forget North Shore Academy in Everett, Washington.
How could I? Justin emailed 14 times about it.
Well, he's just excited to find a school doing an experiment on sound while he's on vacation.
It is pretty cool. Are you ready to dial them up?
Of course. Hello. You must be members of Miss Leach's class.
Hi, I'm Emily, and this is Olivia. We were excited to read all 14 emails asking about our experiment.
Sorry about that, but we saw you were doing testing on how intensity or loudness decrease with distance, and we really want to know more about your results.
That's okay. We wanted to test how far the sound of a metronome would travel. So with the help of our sweet and Boeing mentors, we came up with an experiment. The metronome was very loud, so we made a tape recording and played it back very soft. Next, we used a meter stick to record the distance from the tape recorder. We started at the back of the hallway, where we couldn't hear the sound. Next, we slowly walked toward the tape recorder and stopped when we could hear the sound. Then we marked our position and measured our distance from the sound source. We repeated the experiment 2 more times and found an average. Then we combined our data and found a class average.
It's very important to do more than one trial, and the more data, the better your results. What was the average distance the people in your class could hear the ticking sound?
Our class average was 22.7 meters. We were really surprised by the distance between the furthest and the closest student. One student heard the ticking at 26.8 meters, while another student didn't hear it until 17.5 meters.
Wow, that's quite a range.
Next, we used foam cups that were cut out and placed over our ears.
Why did you do that?
We hypothesized that by placing the foam cups around our ears, it would help us to hear the sound at a greater distance. The cups would help catch the sound waves like the ears of a fox or a wolf. We repeated the experiment and found that we were on the right track. The class average was 26.9 meters. We were able to hear the sound a lot sooner than without the cups. Finally, we wanted to test what would happen if we totally covered our ears with foam cups.
What were your results?
Everyone had to come in closer before they could hear the sound. Our class average was 17.2 meters, but it wasn't as close as we expected. So our test showed us that sound does decrease over distance, but you can enhance the distance that you hear the sound by using a cone-shaped device to capture more of the sound waves. And we found that covering your ears with foam cups does reduce the sound, but we want to do some more investigation to see if we can find a way to block the sound better.
Wow, thanks for the information. I think we might need to do some testing of our own.
You're welcome. Good luck with your model airplane. Goodbye from North Shore Academy in Everett, Washington.
There's so much more to sound than sound alone.
So much is going on. I can't believe our brains can handle all of it.
I know. Let's go see Dr. D. I'm sure he'll be interested in our progress.
Actually, I need to go get some parts for our plane. But remember, don't say anything about his hearing. He may be a little sensitive about it.
Right. I'll call Catherine. We should at least collect some more data to try and identify his hearing problem.
I just hope there's nothing to collect.
Hi, guys. You ready to help me conduct an experiment?
We're always ready for your experiments, Dr. D.
Because you're investigating sound, I thought we'd check out how we hear. Did you know that there's a difference between hearing with one ear and two?
Don't we always hear with 2 ears?
You do, unless you have a hearing problem in one ear, or perhaps you have something covering one ear.
So what difference does 2 ears make?
Let's find out. Kaylee, why don't you stand here in the middle of the room and put this blindfold over your eyes?
Do the eyes affect hearing?
No, but we want to find out if you can tell what direction the sound is coming from. And we don't want you to have any visual cues.
Okay, I'm ready. What do I do?
When you hear a sound, point in the direction of the sound.
What am I listening for?
Catherine will talk. To keep you guessing, we'll have Catherine walk while I spin you around.
Don't spin me too much. I might get dizzy.
Here we go.
Can you find me?
Am I right?
Don't want to tell you yet. Keep working at it.
Can you find me?
You both did a great job. Kaylee, you were very close each time. Now we're going to put an earplug in one ear and put an earmuff over the same ear and try it again.
you find me? Can you find me? Can you find me? You weren't nearly as close this time. I guess that two ears do make a difference.
That's right. Unless the sound is right in front or behind you, one ear is closer to the sound than the other.
So that means that the sound will hit the closer ear first. And our brain can tell from the differences in arrival time where the sound is coming from?
That's right. Also, the closer ear hears the sound a bit louder, which also helps. So as you go on with your research...
I know. Be sure to keep both ears open. Thanks, Dr. D. Can I try it now?
Sure. I've got to go pack, but why don't you two continue the experiment?
I wish we could have had Dr. D try the experiment. It would have given us a chance to check his hearing.
So what's up? Will the treehouse detectives discover a way to make their model plane quieter? Is Dr. D losing his hearing? Find out in the next thrilling chapter of The Case of the Deafening Sound.
Be sure to look for the answers to the following questions. What does the psychoacoustician study? What is white noise? What factors determine frequency? When you see this icon, the answer is near.
I'm here at NASA Langley Research Center to talk with Miss Brenda Sullivan, a psychoacoustician. She studies how sound affects people both psychologically and physically. My mom and I always disagree on what radio station to listen to when we're in the car. I guess we both have very different tastes in music. Why is it that people have such different feelings towards sound?
Well, people's reactions to sound are very personal. One person's music is another person's annoyance.
That's for sure. Is it because we hear sounds differently?
No, it's mostly our response to sound that makes us differ in our opinions. For example, if you heard a loud thump on a plane, you might be worried because you didn't know what made the sound. But the same sound to the pilot is reassuring because it's the landing gear going down.
Are some sounds more annoying than others?
Yes, alarming sounds, loud sounds, and sounds that mask or cover other sounds. They're more annoying. And unsteady sounds tend to be more worrying than steady ones.
What do you mean by an unsteady sound?
Some practical examples are fire alarms and sirens. Other examples will be an engine sound that keeps changing rather than having a steady drone, or the whop-whop of helicopter blades. And loud is worse than soft, and high and very low frequencies are worse than middle frequencies.
What kind of sounds are more soothing or relaxing to listen to?
White noise, which is steady noise with no obvious features, such as the noise of an air conditioner quietly running constantly in a room. And waves breaking on the beach or a running river can be soothing.
I know that I don't like to be in a quiet room. I have to have noise or I go nuts.
Yes, quite a lot of people have that feeling. In fact, some people think it's a good idea to have noise in waiting rooms and on airplanes where it will cover the effects of other people's conversations. But other people like peace and quiet.
Are there any effects on the human body from sound?
Yes, they're called physiological effects.
Physiological? What is physiology?
Physiology is the branch of biology that deals with the internal workings of living things rather than their shape and structure. For example, if you were out in the forest and heard a bear growl, the sound would cause you to have an adrenaline rush, which would help you to run very fast. We call it a fight or flight response. Some sounds might arouse you to fight, and others, like the bear growling, causes a flight response.
Oh, I would definitely run, and fast.
Even sounds that occur in the middle of the night can disturb your sleep, and that can cause physical problems over the long term.
Does sound affect everyone in the same way?
No, different people will react differently, and the intensity of your reaction to something like the fight or flight will vary over time. What you like today, you may not like when you get older.
I guess our reaction to sound is pretty complicated.
Yes, our hearing system is very sophisticated. In fact, because we have two ears, we can distinguish sounds that come from different directions.
Dr. D did an experiment with us that showed how two ears can help you locate sound.
Yes, and having two ears can help you pick out a conversation from one direction while ignoring sounds from other directions.
If you only had hearing in one ear, how else would you be affected?
Well, people who've lost their hearing in one ear have more difficulty hearing in noisy situations.
Is there anything else that can affect your hearing?
Yes, lots of things. Intense sounds can overload the hearing system and make it hard to distinguish one sound from another. And they can make it difficult to tell where a sound is coming from. And it's harder to pick one sound out in a crowd. Plus, the louder sounds mask the quieter ones.
That might be a clue. Why does NASA study the effect of sound on people?
There are many reasons for NASA to study sound. Aircraft and spacecraft make sounds, and all of these sounds have an effect on both the people on the craft and the people on the ground. It is important that we learn what kind of sounds have the least negative impact on people.
I can see where that would be important, especially with all the planes that fly today.
Yes, and NASA is working on how to reduce the damage to materials caused by loud sounds. We must understand how sound is produced, how it travels through the air and through structures, and how it can be reduced before we can reduce the damage sound can cause.
I never thought about sound causing damage. Thanks, Miss Sullivan. You've been really helpful.
You're very welcome. Good luck. And would you like to come and hear a sonic boom?
Miss Sullivan's work is critical to helping us solve our problem. We may be able to improve the sound quality of our plane, but we need to determine how its sound impacts Dr. D. Our latest problem board revealed a lot. First, we know that many planes are loud, and we know how sound is created and how it travels. We need to know how loud our plane was and how we actually hear. While Catherine tracks down an audiologist, we decided to measure how loud our plane was when Dr. D didn't appear to hear us. If we don't solve the problem, how are we going to safely fly with Dr. D? Dr. D! Dr. D! Dr. D!
That was really strange.
How loud was it?
Other than takeoff, decibel readings were well within reason. In fact, the highest level during the flyby was only 74 decibels.
Did you hear me yelling at you?
Yeah.
So Dr. D should have been able to hear me too.
Hey kids, good flying today. Of course, you've got a nice plane here too.
Thanks, but we think it still needs some modification.
We're trying to reduce the noise level.
I don't think you can do that, Matthew.
What do you mean?
Well, this propeller you've got on here is really good for noise reduction. Plus, the shock mounts that you've got on there help a lot. And this muffler is really good for sound reduction. I don't think there's anything on the market that's any better.
I guess our research on sound has really inspired Dr. D. He's researching sound at the Pacific Science Center in Seattle, Washington. I haven't heard the results of the Treehouse Detectives tests at the airfield, but hopefully Dr. D and I can make some more progress. If I could only find him.
Hi, Justin.
Oh, hi, Dr. D. That's a really big guitar.
It sure is. Here, stand inside while I pluck one of the strings.
Wow, it's really loud in here. I can feel the sides vibrating as well. Can you pluck another one?
Sure. The bridge transfers the energy of the vibrating string to the body of the guitar. The vibrating of the top plate of the guitar and the air inside make the guitar loud.
The strings look about the same, but they sound different.
The strings have different pitches because they vibrate at different frequencies. If a string vibrates quickly or has a high frequency, it produces waves that make our eardrum vibrate at that same high frequency.
And the frequencies are measured in hertz.
Correct. Our brain interprets this high-frequency vibration as being a sound with a high pitch.
And a low frequency would be a low pitch.
You've got it.
But why do they vibrate at different frequencies?
Each string has a natural vibrational frequency called a resonant frequency. There are several factors that determine that frequency. Go ahead and pluck these two strings.
The string with the lower pitch doesn't feel as tight as the string with the higher pitch.
Very good. Tension, or the tightness in the string, is an important factor. If I make this string tighter by turning this bolt, listen to what happens.
As you increase the tension of the string, the pitch got higher, which means the frequency increased.
Right. The frequency also depends upon how long the string is.
But aren't they all the same length?
Yes, but if I hold my finger on this fret, less of the string is able to vibrate.
Wow, the pitch got higher when the vibrating part of the string got shorter.
Other objects also have a natural frequency. Listen as I blow across this bottle.
I've done that.
Now let's add a little water. This really makes it like a shorter bottle.
The pitch got higher. It's just like the string. The shorter the bottle got, the higher the pitch.
Yes! Waves can affect each other. Here, I'll send one wave down the spring. Now you try it. This time let's both send waves at the same time. 1, 2, 3, go.
When the waves passed each other, the wave got bigger.
Good observation. This time I'll send a wave on the opposite side from yours. 1, 2, 3, go.
There was almost no motion when the waves were passing each other. It's almost like they canceled each other out.
Sound waves from different sources can sometimes also cancel each other, just like the waves in this spring. It's called active noise control, and NASA's investigating this technology.
My friend has some noise-canceling headphones. Is that the same thing?
Yes, it is. I think I have a pair in my car. I brought them on this trip to use on the airplane. I'll go get them to show you.
Great, the Treehouse detectives are online. How are you guys doing? Have you finished your experiment?
Yes, and we need your help.
What can I do?
Are you with Dr. D?
Yes, we're at the Pacific Science Center, but he just went to his car to get something.
Our plane is already as quiet as commercially possible. Our test results show that Dr. D should have heard us.
Matthew's going to meet with the hearing specialist later, but we need you to tell us if you notice any problems with his hearing.
I might be able to do one step better than that. I'll report to you guys later.
Check these out.
A lot of background noise just disappeared.
A microphone in the headset picks up the background sound and produces a sound that cancels it, just like the two waves in our spring canceled.
These might work great at the airfield. But there's one more exhibit I'd like you to try.
It says I'm supposed to listen to one sound and then try to match it with another. I'll plug in my headphones so I can block out the background sound. Wow, that was pretty close. Think you can beat me with a better match?
No, try it again. Maybe you can get a higher frequency.
All right, a little higher. Okay. I'm getting it. Got it!
So what's up? Does Dr. D have a real hearing problem? Will the Treehouse detectives learn how to communicate more effectively? Find out in the exciting conclusion of the NASA Sci-Files, The Case of the Deafening Sound.
Be sure to look for the answers to the following questions. How is high frequency measured? How does sonar work? What frequency range can humans hear? When you see this icon, the answer is near.
Dr. Brenda Henderson has agreed to meet with me to talk about some of the other uses of sound. Sounds like really cool stuff, no pun intended. Hopefully the other Treehouse detectives can also discover what kind of hearing problem Dr. D has, if he has one at all.
There are many technologies that use high-frequency sound.
We learned that high frequency is when a lot of sound waves pass a certain point in 1 second. But what do high-frequency sound waves sound like?
People can't hear high-frequency sound. The human ear can only hear up to about 20,000 hertz. High-frequency sound, ultrasound, has frequencies above 20,000 hertz.
Well, if you can't hear it, then how can you measure its frequency?
Sounds that have frequencies we can't hear are measured with a microphone that has a moving diaphragm. The diaphragm is like a speaker in a stereo system, and as the sound passes over the diaphragm, it moves back and forth.
And by measuring how fast the diaphragm moves back and forth, you can determine the frequency of the sound.
That's correct, you're catching on.
Why does NASA study high-frequency sound?
As you know, here at NASA Langley, we do aeronautics research, and we do a lot of wind tunnel testing. We use small-scale models to test new designs. The sound from the small-scale models is at a higher frequency than that of a full-size plane.
So the noise it makes is not the true sound that would be heard if it were full-size.
Exactly, and it is important to determine the true sound. That way we know what the people on the ground will hear from the full-size aircraft. Therefore, we have to understand how high-frequency sound works so we can translate our data from our models to what would actually be heard.
Why do you use models?
Using a model gives us the opportunity to test our designs before we invest a lot of money in a full-size plane. And it is easier for us to test models and collect data in our tunnel than to build a plane and fly it.
That makes sense.
We saw planes being built at Boeing, and it seemed very complicated. You said that there's a lot of uses for high-frequency sounds. What kind of technology uses high-frequency sounds?
Ultrasonography uses high-frequency sound waves and their echoes to create images.
How does it create images?
An ultrasound machine transmits high-frequency sound pulses into your body using a probe. The sound waves travel into your body and hit a boundary between tissues. Some of the sound waves get reflected back to the probe, while some keep traveling until they reach another boundary and get reflected.
What happens to the sound waves when they were reflected back to the machine?
The machine calculates the distance from the probe to the tissue or organ using the speed of sound in the tissue. It then creates a two-dimensional image.
That's pretty cool. Are there any other uses for sound?
Absolutely. Sonar has a lot of applications. Sonar's like radar, only it uses sound waves instead of radio waves, and it's used underwater.
How does sonar work?
Sonar uses ultrasound and echoes. Sound waves are transmitted to unseen underwater objects, and the time that it takes for the echo to return after hitting the object is measured. The position or speed of the unseen object can then be determined.
What are some uses of sonar?
Sonar is often used by submarines to find the speed and position of other boats. It can also be used to map the shape of the ocean floor.
Don't dolphins use something like sonar to find objects underwater?
That's right. They make high-frequency clicking sounds and listen for the echoes.
Is the sound frequency above the 20,000 hertz that we can hear?
The process of seeing with their ears is called echolocation, and the frequencies can be as high as 150,000 hertz.
That's amazing.
Another application of ultrasound involves cleaning. Some dentists use it to clean teeth, and it can be used to clean just about anything from golf clubs to window blinds.
I never knew that sound could be so useful.
Ultrasound can also be used to weld plastics and even some metals. And there is research being conducted on using ultrasound to kill bacteria in polluted water.
Thanks, Dr. Henderson. Sound is certainly fascinating.
You're welcome.
I don't get it.
It's definitely a mystery.
Dr. D, on more than one occasion, either hasn't heard us or has ignored us. We've covertly tested his hearing, and he seems fine.
Dr. D doesn't have a reason to ignore us.
No, generally he's a good listener.
That's why our hypothesis makes sense.
If Dr. D isn't responding to us and his hearing is fine, he must be suffering from some kind of temporary hearing loss. What do we know?
We know that sound is measured in decibels.
And that more than 120 decibels is unsafe.
We also know that our airplane produces decibels at a high level, but not a dangerous level.
We know that sound travels fastest through most solids and the slowest through air.
And don't forget the test we did with Dr. D on using both ears to hear the direction of sound.
And we know that Dr. D hasn't heard us on occasion, or at least that he hasn't responded to us.
And Mrs. Sullivan told us that everyone perceives sound differently.
Sounds like you have a communication problem. Hi, I'm Mr. Yorty, and I'm the zoological manager here at Busch Gardens, Williamsburg. Maybe I can help.
We're concerned about our friend, Dr. D. We think he might not be able to hear us, and if so, how will we be able to talk to him?
We have lots of animals here in our park for our guests to view and to interact with, so we had to learn to communicate with animals. What do you know about wolves and how they perceive sound and communicate?
I remember reading that some animals can hear sounds that people can't.
That is correct. Humans hear in the range of about 20 to 20,000 hertz. Wolves can hear up over 25,000 hertz. In fact, there's some researchers that consider wolves have the ability to communicate up to the range of 80,000 hertz.
Wow, so wolves can hear sounds that you and I can't.
Correct. Sounds that are above the range that humans can hear are called ultrasonic. Maybe Dr. D is having a problem hearing sounds in the audible range or sounds that most people can hear.
That's a thought. Whatever the problem, we need to come up with new ways to communicate with Dr. D.
Well, you could combine what you say with hand gestures. When our trainers work with these wolves here, we have to use hand gestures and a vocal command to communicate with them.
What kinds of commands and hand gestures?
When we want Kashmir to howl, we say the word howl and twist our right hand at the same time. That way, Kashmir understands what we are asking.
What do you do to get her to stop?
We actually say okay to end the behavior, and then we give treats or attention to let them know that we like the behavior.
We might need to come up with some hand signals to use with Dr. D when we fly our plane.
Good idea, Justin. How do wolves communicate with their trainers and each other?
Wolves can communicate using sound and body language. Each wolf has a distinctive voice and can individually be told apart. Wolves use a number of vocalizations that range from a howl to a bark to a whine. Each type means something different depending on how it is combined with body posture and the situation.
I know how people use body language, but how do wolves use it?
Body language is very important in wolf societies. In a wolf pack, there is always a dominant male, the alpha. Another male, a beta, will crawl to and lay down in front of the alpha to show that he is submitting to his authority. There is also baring of the teeth that shows a wolf's dominance.
I think baring my teeth would get Dr. D's attention.
Looking at their ears, you would think that they could hear over long distances. Is that true?
A wolf's sense of hearing is only second to his sense of smell. A wolf can hear up to 10 kilometers away in the forest and up to 16 kilometers away in the open tundra.
So wolves can not only hear higher frequencies, but they can also hear longer distances. And they can communicate with gestures as well as sound. So is there anything that can prevent a wolf from communicating with trainers or other wolves?
Distractions of any kind can adjust how a wolf responds. New sounds, new people, anything they haven't been introduced to can really adjust the way they communicate with each other or with the trainers. Our trainers here have to be constantly focused and relaxed when we're working with the wolves.
Sounds like it takes a lot of training to be a trainer.
It really does. When we work with these wolves, we have to make sure our commands are crisp and direct so we never give the wolf a chance to get confused.
Mr. Yordi has an interesting point. We need to talk to the other treehouse detectives that have noticed Dr. D's lack of response and see if he's shown any signs of distraction, stress, or anything that might be a clue.
This afternoon, I'm meeting with Dr. Jennifer Nally, an audiologist at Eastern Virginia Ear, Nose, and Throat Specialist in Virginia Beach. I sure hope she can help. If we don't figure this out, we'll have to ask Dr. D about his hearing directly and hope that he doesn't get too upset. I know that sound is created by vibrations, but how do we hear those vibrations?
The ear has 3 regions. They each perform a special function. First, there is the outer ear, which collects the vibrations and directs them into the ear canal. As the vibrations move down the ear canal, they reach the eardrum, which vibrates and passes the sound vibrations into the second region, called the middle ear.
What happens to the vibrations after they go into the middle ear?
In the middle ear, there are 3 tiny bones that start to vibrate. These bones are the smallest bones in the human body. They are the malleus, the incus, and the stapes.
I didn't know we had bones in our ears.
Yes, the bones are connected like a chain. They connect from the eardrum to the inner ear. They act to amplify the sound waves.
What's the third region of the ear?
The inner ear, which contains the cochlea.
What's a cochlea?
It is a spiral-shaped structure, kind of like a snail, that is filled with fluid and contains tiny hair cells. When those tiny hair cells begin to vibrate, they are converted into nerve impulses. These impulses are sent through the auditory nerve right up to your brain.
I never knew there was so much going on inside my ears. What can cause a person to lose their hearing?
Well, there are many things that can cause a permanent hearing loss, such as listening to loud noises over a long period of time.
How does loud noise cause hearing loss?
Well, loud noises can break those teeny hair cells that are located in the inner ear. They can be either damaged or destroyed.
Can you have a temporary hearing loss?
Yes, when you get a cold, fluid builds up in that middle ear cavity where the 3 little bones are. The fluid keeps those 3 bones from vibrating, causing a temporary hearing loss. Earwax could even be a problem too. So remember, don't put anything in your ear, besides your elbow, of course.
Is there any way to prevent hearing loss?
Most definitely. If you use headphones to listen to music, make sure that music is not too loud. You should always wear hearing protection when you are around loud noises, especially for a long period of time. For example, if you're going to a concert, you should wear some type of earplugs to prevent those teeny hair cells from being damaged or destroyed.
How do you know if someone has a hearing loss?
We use special equipment to measure hearing loss. An audiologist, such as myself, looks in the ear with an otoscope to see if the ear canal is clear. If so, then we perform a tympanogram, which is a simple test to see how your eardrum is moving.
That would be important because the eardrum has to vibrate in order for the sound to go into the middle ear.
Very good, you've been paying attention. Next, we start the hearing test by having the patient repeat words back as the words are spoken softer and softer. This helps us determine the softest point that they are able to repeat the words.
Are there any other tests you do?
Yes, we also play tones at different pitches or frequencies and have the patient raise their hand every time they hear a tone. This part is known as the audiogram. Then we look at each test and see if they are in the normal range for hearing. If not, there is a hearing loss.
Can you reverse hearing loss?
Temporary hearing losses can be reversed by seeing your physician. An audiologist can help you with your permanent hearing loss. One option is by using a hearing aid.
How do hearing aids work?
Hearing aids have microphones that receive sound and change it into various electrical impulses. These impulses are modified by a circuit with the appropriate amount of amplification that the patient needs. Then the signal is sent to the receiver. It is then that it is turned back into sound and presented to the patient.
I guess we might need to have Dr. D take a hearing test. I think he needs a hearing aid.
Well, that might be an option. Have you asked him directly if he has a hearing loss?
No, we haven't wanted to hurt his feelings.
I know it may be difficult to talk to someone about their hearing, but Dr. D may not realize he's not hearing as well as he did before. You actually would be helping him by talking to him. This way he can get tested and treated.
That's true. And I know it's always better to take care of your problems sooner rather than later. So I guess we should tell him today. Thank you, Dr. Nally. You've been a big help.
Oh, you're welcome. Now, Matthew, let's test your hearing.
Hi, Dr. D.
Hi, kids. Have you solved your problem yet?
Well, we learned a lot about sound.
That's right. We learned that sound is created by vibration, and that it's a compressional wave, and that it travels through a material medium. Don't forget that it also has a frequency and wavelength, and that sound travels faster through liquids and solids than it does through air. We know that a more intense sound wave will travel further.
And we also know which sounds are more annoying than others.
We also learned about how to protect our hearing. We're definitely going to use hearing protection when we start our planes.
And try and keep the volume at an acceptable level when listening to our iPods.
Our plane actually has a great muffler and propeller system. It's as quiet as possible.
We even took the sound level meter to the airfield and determined that the noise there wasn't extreme.
Actually, Dr. D, we've come to the conclusion that you might have a hearing problem.
That's right. I can't hear out of my left ear.
You know?
Yes. I've definitely had some problems hearing recently, so that's why I went in for an exam. I've been to an otolaryngologist and an audiologist, and I'm considering a hearing aid.
Wait a minute. Now it's starting to make sense. When we met earlier in the lab and at the airfield, we're on your left side.
And I also have a tendency to tune out my surroundings when I'm really concentrating.
And you didn't try the directionality test in the lab the other day.
Good thing. I wouldn't have done very well.
And at the Science Museum, you used your good ear to do the pitch match. That really confused us.
It sounds like you've been working just as hard on this mystery as you have on your airplane problem.
Oh, believe me, Dr. G, you've been a real challenge.
If we're going to be completely safe when flying, you should probably stand with your good ear facing us.
I'm sure it would help.
And to make communication easier, we should probably consider some quieter activities.
Actually, Matthew has it taken care of.
Really?
What does he have in mind?
It doesn't get much quieter than this glider.
Don't forget that if you're 13 years old or older, you need a license to fish in Tennessee, unless you're fishing on property that belongs to either you or your parents. Now you can purchase your license online at tnwildlife.org, your direct link to the TWRA. This week on Tennessee Outdoor Journal, we'll start off with Archery 101, practice techniques.
You don't punch the trigger, you ease the trigger.
Today we're going to talk about the Ned rig. It came on the scene a couple years ago.
Next up, the real secrets of the Ned rig.
Tie that on, cast it.
And we'll finish off with a drop the tailgate at Laurel Hill Wildlife Management Area.
A bunch of trees. How have you worked to improve habitat on this property?
Tennessee Outdoor Journal is opening the cover and inviting you in for some outdoor tips, tricks, and behind-the-scenes look at the work being done by your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency. Let's turn the page. What kind of legacy will we leave when our days upon this earth are gone? Tell me who will carry on this work that we've begun, care enough to be the keeper of the dream. Thanks for joining us on this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal.
Hey everybody, it's Jason Harmon, Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency. Hey, we're excited about an Archery 101 series we want to bring to you, and today we're at the Archery Den with Mr. Logan White, the owner, and he's going to tell us about the store, and then we're going to get into some tips and things. So, Logan, tell us about the store.
This is the Archery Den here located in Franklin, Tennessee. Really appreciate y'all picking us and coming here to film these segments. We're going to talk about everything beginner level, Archery 101. My tech, Matt, the store manager, he's going to do most of your tech talk. I'm going to touch base on some practice techniques and things like that. Thank you. Thank you for choosing here. Again, any issues you have with a bow, we can work on here. We can fix them. Matt is great at his job, so bring him in. Let us fix it for you. Let us get you back out on the range, back in the woods.
Awesome. Yeah, this is an awesome store. It's pretty cool to come check it out. So, Logan, what's the number one thing that you do before the season starts?
Practice. Fortunately enough, owning the archery shop and being an avid bow hunter, I shoot year-round. But practice is the most important. If you're not familiar with that bow, you're going to wound one or miss.
Well, one thing that's awesome about the store is you have a range in-house. So let's go check it out and show them a few practice techniques.
Absolutely.
All right, so we're in the range here. As you can see behind us, there's a lot of bows on the wall being worked on, getting tuned up for the season. Matt does great work on those, but Logan's got one in hand. He's going to show us what he does to get ready for the season. So take away.
So the first thing for beginner level archery is don't stretch your distance. You know, stay close, stay 10, 20 yards, and you want to work mainly on technique. If you start shooting early and you have bad technique, you're creating bad habits for your archery career, rather. So the biggest thing is going to be stay 10, 20 yards, like I said, and work strictly on technique. And once you have your technique, your muscle memory down, then we can start backing up 30, 40, 50. And, you know, Matt, he's silly. He'll shoot out to 100 yards. So that's what I'm going to show you today is just 10 yards in the indoor range and how to beginner technique on shooting a wrist strap, how to grip the bow, and things like that. So I'm shooting a wrist strap. It's a B3. We're going to shoot the Matthews bow, the VXR 31.5. So the first thing I do is I get parallel to the target. So my front shoulder is pointing downrange. I'm right-handed, so it'd be my left shoulder downrange. My feet, my front foot, the toes are at the balls of my feet, right at shoulder width, maybe a little inside of shoulder width apart. I thought I knew a lot about shooting, and then I went and took a lesson with Mike Hudson, and the first thing he changed on me was my feet. So that's key for me. I always check my feet now. So then we come up like we're going to draw. I like to come high and bring my bow down into the target. Once we get it drawn back, we bend the elbow and the front hand. See how my fingers are loose? They're not gripping the bow, they're not gripping the release. Everything's relaxed. All the weight of the bow is going to be held between my shoulder blades. So I come up to my anchor point, I ease my finger down on the trigger. I don't slap the trigger, I don't lay it down real hard. The triggers on releases are softer than on a gun. So you got to keep that in mind. You just want to ease it on, and once you find your dot, you don't punch the trigger. You ease the trigger, and as you're easing the trigger, you're driving this elbow back. When the bow goes off, it should surprise you. Long range shooters, gun shooters, they tell you the same thing. It's the same thing with a bow.
So, there you have it. Logan, just recap for them. What are the things you need to remember? Muscle memory, things like that, feet, hands, tell them what they need to know.
So for me, it's a mental checklist. A lot of bow shooters listen to Joe Rogan, Cam Haynes. They have a mental checklist they go off of before every shot. Mine, it starts with my feet. My feet have got to be right. My front foot, the balls of my feet, a little inside shoulder width apart. This stance for me, I've done it on every tree stand I've been in, and it's been fine. Now, yeah, there's times we got to sit tight and here and there. For the most part, I'm good. The second thing is going to be keep your fingers relaxed. You know, everything's just, because if this finger is tight, it's going to make this finger tight. That's going to move your trigger. It's going to move your pressure on the string one way or the other. It's the same in the grip of the bow. Your hand has to be relaxed. You're holding that bow in the V of your hand, so just have it there and just relax your fingers. Like I said, I come from top to bottom. I hit my anchor spot. That's hit your anchor spot, mental note, muscle memory. You hit that anchor spot every time.
And you'll learn that. You'll learn what that is.
You'll learn all that. And then we offer lessons here for a beginner. So if you're unsure, the first few, you know, when you first get a bow, come by, set up a lesson. Me and Matt, we can go through all of that with you. When you leave here, you've got good baseline fundamentals to work with and start extending your range.
Awesome. All right, well, there you go. Archery 101, practice techniques. Go out there and get ready for the season.
Hey everybody, Jason Holland with Jason Holland Fishing, here bringing you the real secrets on the Ned rig. Today we're going to talk about the Ned rig. It came on the scene a couple years ago and has become probably the fastest growing way to catch bass. And it catches them in big rivers, big lakes, catches them in streams, catches them anywhere, and is one of the most finessey presentations, downsized versions that gets not only a bunch of fish, it catches big fish as well. So today we're going to talk about rod and reel setup. We'll talk about the line. We'll talk about the actual Ned head. We'll talk about the soft plastic lures that go on them. We'll show you how to put them on, and also at the end of it, we'll talk about where to fish it. So let's dive right in. I've got a Cashin Elite Series Ned rig rod here. This is a 7-foot, 1-inch rod. It's a medium power with the fast action. Again, you're talking really small weights with the Ned rig, from 1/16 down to 1/32, all the way up to typically an 1/8 or a 1/4. So you need a rod that's going to be really versatile to cover all of that range. Got that on a Shimano. This is a Stratic 2500 reel, one of my favorite reels. And then from there, I've got Sunline Plasma braid, 16-pound, runs up to an 8-pound Sniper, Sunline Sniper fluorocarbon leader. Now you can go down to a 6, even down to a 4 if you'd like on your poundage of your leader, but for an all-around setup, I like that 6-pound to 8-pound range. So let's talk about the actual Ned head. And all a Ned head really means is it's a small hook, kind of have a mushroom style head, and then have a keeper on it. Some of them have a weedless, kind of a weed guard built into it, but it's pretty small. It's pretty simple. And the baits that you throw, as you can see, pretty small as well. But it's a great way if you're fishing high pressured areas, if you're bank fishing, if you're creek fishing, if you're pier fishing, or if you're fishing out of a boat and you've got a lot of people that's on the water that day, you just need to downsize and get bit. The Ned rig will get you bit. So again, we talked about the head and then a couple different versions that they make. This is a Ned head that has a extra wide gap hook that you can turn around and rig that weedless. Put this tip directly into the soft plastic. That's a version. This is the Missile Baits Ned head. As you can see, it has a keeper collar right here. Has kind of that sickle bend. By far, probably my favorite Ned jig head is the Missile Baits Ned rig head. Also from Missile Baits, it's a little bit different version of the Ned head. They actually put a skirt and they put a fiber weed guard on it, but it's still the same concept. It's a downsized, compact bait that really gets you bit. This is their micro jig. Huge fan of that product. Probably one of my favorite go-to baits as well. So let's talk about what you put on it, on your soft plastic wise. So we got a couple different arrays here. The standard, what everybody really started getting accustomed to throwing the Ned head or getting exposed to it, is the Z-Man. They called it the TRD, which stands for the real deal. They've got it in, as you can see, kind of the short, stubby worm version. And they also have the new crawl version. Made with Elastec, as you know, is extremely stretchy and catch a bunch of fish. And it's pretty cool stuff. But that's really what got the original Ned head. Everybody started to find out about it, was really this setup right here. We'll show you real quick how to rig that. It's as simple as you can imagine. You just take your worm and just thread it up on the hook shank, pop the hook through, and then from there just slide it all together and then pull it down and get it straight. So that's the that's how you rig the basic TRD Ned head. The other version is Missile Baits. This is the Ned Bomb. As you can see, they're all about the same in length. This one just happens to have their kind of quiver tail on it. Really great product. And then new product on the market by Torrent Outdoors is their Striker version. I think this is the 4.5, just a little bit longer than some of the other ones. And really where the link comes is from this little teaser tail at the end. Really loving this bait. What's really cool is it's thick here, so you've got really good plastic to put your hook through. But here, it's got this rib version that puts off a lot of bubbles and helps you get more bites. So real quick, we'll talk about, we showed you on the original TRD. I'll show you on the Missile Baits Ned head and their Ned Bomb. Again, pretty straightforward. Go right in the middle of your bait. Take your time. Make sure you get it straight. And then from there, all you're going to do is just pop that out and just keep sliding it up the shank of your hook. Make sure you get it past that collar there, and there you go. Make sure it's straight. Tie that on. Cast it. Now here's the next part of it is where do you throw that? And I say this not necessarily joking, but you really throw it anywhere. Only thing you got to remember is, in this version, you have an exposed hook, so keep that in mind. There are some other ones that have some weed guards on it, but just remember you got an exposed hook. But if you need to get bit, rock around limbs, around brush on the edge of that, on the grass line edges, around docks, any structure that's in the water. Again, you've got this scaled down version that bass, it's not intimidating to eat. It's not a real big meal for them to eat. They can just pick it up real quick and go. Get your Ned rig. Check them out. I promise you, you will catch fish. Where most times that you're struggling, the Ned head will get you bit. Thanks again for joining us. Jason Holland with Jason Holland Fishing. Make sure you come out and check out my social media platforms. We got some more tips and tricks. Thanks to the TWRA for allowing me to come in and bring you the real secrets of the Ned rig. Thanks, guys. We'll see you next time.
Thanks for joining us today on Drop the Tailgate. I'm Barry Cross, the Region 2 Communications and Outreach Coordinator, and we are on Laurel Hill Wildlife Management Area. And today, Pam McDonald, the manager out here, has joined me, and we're going to talk about everything Laurel Hill. So, Pam, how many years have you been at Laurel Hill?
I've worked as the area manager at Laurel Hill for 7 or 8 years now.
And this is a big time of year for you guys because you're coming into deer season. And I know that a lot of people may not understand how it operates down here. And this is mostly a quota hunt WMA. How does that work?
Well, anytime you go to any WMA, it's always good to check the hunting and trapping guide because some WMAs are set up on same as statewide seasons, and then others, like Laurel Hill, have special seasons. We have roughly 2 weeks of archery earlier than statewide. We have a youth hunt that is a weekend, and it's a week earlier than the same as statewide. And they're both open to anybody. You don't have to have a special permit, just the license that are applicable to a WMA are all you need.
So those are non-quota hunts, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah. And then all of the gun hunts, we have a 4-day muzzleloader hunt. It's a week earlier than same as statewide. And we also have 3 rifle gun hunts. And the first one opens a week earlier than the regular gun season does statewide. And they're all quota hunts. So the quotas are 500 hunters are all that's allowed on all those hunts. And a person needs to look in the guide, and there's instructions on how to go online and apply, and it's always usually about the middle of July when you put in for those quota hunt drawings.
So if you're planning on hunting with a gun down here at Laurel Hill, you need to start thinking about that right after the beginning of buying your license, and look for the quota hunt application period to come open and put in for one of the draw hunts. When I looked in the guide, it said, I think the 4 gun hunts that you have, muzzleloader and the 3 gun, they all say bonus deer. Does that mean it doesn't count towards our limit?
That's right. It's an extra one that is above the statewide buck limit. Anytime it says bonus, it could be, some management areas even have bonus turkeys, some have bonus deer, so that's an animal you can get above the statewide limits.
The thing with coming down here is you need to know that there are some restrictions in place when you're hunting deer down here, aren't there?
Yeah, we have antler restrictions at Laurel Hill. There's probably, I'm guessing, 4 wildlife management areas across the state that still have some type of antler restrictions. So at Laurel Hill, a buck has to have at least 4 points on one side or at least a 15-inch spread.
What you're allowed to take, is it 1 buck or is it 1 doe? What are you allowed to take out here?
Most of the gun hunts are buck only. You can only harvest 1 buck, and it's a bonus. The third gun hunt that is the first weekend of December, it's a either sex hunt, so you could kill a doe or a buck.
Okay, and what about the juvenile hunt?
The juvenile hunt, the antler restrictions are lifted, so a youth could come and they can kill anything they want to, a buck or a doe of any size.
And that's a non-quota hunt. Anybody can come out here for the juvenile hunt.
Yep, that's like mid-October, 17th and 18th, I believe, are the dates, and the youth can come kill a buck or a doe.
You know, there's that old movie about baseball. They say build it and they will come. Nothing happens accidentally, really, does it? I mean, this land out here, you've been manipulating this for the whole time you've been here.
Yeah.
And on top of that, you had a tornado come through and tore down a bunch of trees. How have you worked to improve habitat on this property?
Well, like you said, the tornado was significant because it laid down, 600 acres of timber overnight. So what we did was did a harvest sale on that timber, and then we're going to just let it naturally regenerate because it's just more or less a straight line 6 miles long, probably less than a quarter mile wide. At this point it's got, let's see, it was in 13, so
okay.
Several years growth on it. and it's getting pretty woolly, which is good for
Mm-hmm.
wildlife management. But, you know, we're pretty much 80% mature hardwoods at Laurel Hill. We haven't ever done a significant logging rotation, and we don't plan to. We did cut one tract this spring, roughly 100 acres, and that's all I'm planning to harvest timber-wise in my career. But we did cut it. It's fairly flat ground, and I thought it would make a nice small game opening, just to completely clear the stumps and let it be managed for small game area. But then as far as the rest of the land, you know, with these wet summers that we've been having, we've got probably 2,000 acres at least of open ground, and every 3 years you've got to do something to it or it just grows back, you know, gets too woody and too big that you'd have to get a dozer in it to manage it. So you have to burn it, disc it, something to keep the trees from getting too big on you that you can't handle it.
Yeah. And you mentioned small game. There's a lot of small game opportunities out here. I know you can squirrel hunt and rabbit hunt, but there's even quail.
Yeah, we have a fair amount of quail, but Laurel Hill was initially set up to be a small game management area. So that's another bonus to me of having the quota hunt system, because people can come out here and squirrel or rabbit hunt, and they don't have to worry about making a deer hunter mad because a pack of dogs has run under his stand, you know. So there's just those 4 weekend gun hunts, and the rest of the time the small game hunters can do what they want to hunting wise. So that's kind of a win-win. The hunts are earlier, which lets people get out in the woods earlier than, say, my statewide season, so the deer hunters like that. And then the small game hunters like it because, you know, it's not like they're going to make anybody mad by trying to do what they enjoy.
Yeah, and you know, on top of that, you're talking about hunting, but when you think about an area like this, there's a lot more opportunity out here. I know you have some horse trails. How does that work with the big game hunting? And
well, we do have 30 miles of horse trails, and they can ride any time that there's not a big game season going on. So as long as there's not a deer or a turkey season, they can ride. And they just have to have either a license that would be valid to hunt the WMA or the high impact permit.
along with the horseback riding, I see that in the guide it says something about ATVs or OHV, but you don't really necessarily have trails specifically for riding those. What is that talking about?
We just mentioned that because, you know, it's a question that everybody wonders about if they can ride here or not. We've got 30 miles of roads through Laurel Hill, and they're nice chert gravel roads, but you can't ride your ATV or side-by-side anywhere except where you could drive a truck or a car. So we don't have designated off-road trails. During the deer hunts, we do allow people to bring an ATV to help them retrieve a harvested animal.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you could ride on the 30 miles of roads, but you would still have to have your permit or a license.
This is kind of a unique WMA in that there's actually water on this property, and you've got a couple lakes and a river running through.
We do. We have VFW Lake. It's around 20-something acres, and we also have Laurel Hill Lake. It's like 425 acres. And then the Little Buffalo runs pretty much right through the center of Laurel Hill, and it's a nice size creek that people could have a lot of wading opportunities to fish. And it's got some nice holes, deep holes for smallmouth or rock bass, bluegill, some catfish. It's not enough flow really that a person could just come and put a kayak and go.
Yeah.
So it's pretty much wading.
Yeah.
You'd have to pick your spots.
And certain times of year, I hear there's some trout in there.
We do, yeah. They do the trout stocking. I think they call it the spring or summer trout stocking because it starts in like February or March and goes all the way to the first week of June.
So it's a cold river.
Yeah.
Yeah. So as we move past the deer hunting and the winter small game and all that, we come into turkey season. I know turkeys have been studied down here in these southern counties that border Alabama. How is turkey changing for you this year?
This year in Lincoln, Giles, Lawrence,
and Wayne counties, they have shortened the season by 2 weeks. So pretty much mid-April to mid-May is our season this year, and the limit is dropped.
Okay, so down here you got to pay attention to the limits, and you got to pay attention to the season opening dates, because right now there's a study going on to determine why the turkey population has taken a dip in these counties, but there's still turkey out here, aren't there?
There are. This spring, you know, COVID just kind of got going in March, and so we probably had more turkey hunters than we've had in a long time. But we still harvested like 12 birds for 15,000 acres. So the numbers are down here, but there are some turkeys here. You don't have to put in for a quota or anything.
Okay.
But it's not a bonus bird either.
Okay. If you're planning a trip to come to Laurel Hill WMA, it is just west of Lawrenceburg on Highway 64, is that right?
Well, it's kind of the corner between the Natchez Trace Parkway, Turnpike, and Napier Road, that northwest corner of Lawrence County. And we do have some campgrounds as well, primarily for hunters and fishermen, but there's 3 primitive campgrounds that people can come and stay.
Okay, and like we said, the deer hunts this year, if you hadn't already gotten your quota permit to hunt it, you're out of luck this year, but be sure and look for the quota application period this summer. If you want to come down and small game hunt, there's plenty of opportunity for squirrel, rabbit, there's some quail. You can run your dogs, have a good day. Do they have to stop hunting like a day before the big game hunts, or?
Just at sunset the day before.
Okay. And great place, lots of places to run around. So it's another WMA you can check out. If there are any questions that we didn't answer, go to the hunting guide and look in there and see if that helps any. If not, give us a call.
Thanks for joining us on this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal. We'll see you next time. Tennessee Outdoor Journal is produced by your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency.
Hi, I'm Tracy Lawrence, just letting you know that the Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency supports itself and manages all of the state's wildlife with the dollars invested by hunters and fishermen when they buy licenses. If you've never bought a license, but appreciate the abundant wildlife we enjoy in this state, I encourage you to do it. Start with the Type 01. It's a great investment in Tennessee wildlife. Learn more at tnwildlife.org.
Buy your license today at GoOutdoorsTennessee.com.
Good evening. Welcome to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting for November 21st, 2022. We do have a quorum, and I call this meeting to order. The first business is I need a motion and a second to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
I make a motion to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
I second.
I have a motion from Ms. Haas and a second from Ms. Davison. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? All right, we'll jump right into the meeting, and the big thing coming up is the Parade of Lights. Who is talking about this?
That's Kathy.
All right, so Parade of Lights is a week from this Saturday, December 3rd. The Winter Festival will be from 3 to 8, and the parade will start at 5 o'clock at City Hall and funnel into Veterans Park. And we'll have the tree lighting ceremony immediately after the parade.
What time's the parade again?
The parade starts at 5 here at City Hall.
What exactly, Kathy, somebody asked me the other day and I tried to explain it. What exactly is going on from 3 to 5?
From 3 to 5? Well, the Winter Festival's 3 to 8.
Well, I mean,
So-
between 3 o'clock and the time of the parade.
Well, okay, if you're in the parade, then the parade lineup's gonna start around 3:30. So if you're in the parade itself, you'll have to come here at City Hall. Next week, you'll be given a spot number and then the setup times. And then once, I believe 4 o'clock is gonna be the judging. The winners will get a trophy. The first, second, and third place will get a trophy and a banner for the parade entries.
So for people that's not going to the parade, is there something going on at the park that they can be at while the parade's going on?
Yes, the Winter Festival. So that'll be from 3 to 8. We'll have pictures with Santa. Santa will be down there from 3 to 4. And then Santa will be in the parade, and then we'll have opportunities again around 6:30 after the parade ends, from 6:30 to 8. But we'll have the snow rink open. We've got craft vendors. We've got some snack vendors. We have carriage rides. We've got 2 carriage rides that are going to come and go along the walking trail up behind Pavilion B. And the tree lighting ceremony and fireworks.
And do we have coffee and hot chocolate?
And hot chocolate.
Huh?
We have hot chocolate. I've got a few people that signed up for hot chocolate. And then after the parade, the senior center is going to be giving away their cookies and hot chocolate that evening as well.
That's no charge?
The senior center's no charge, but I have some vendors that will be selling while the parade is going on and before the parade. Mhm.
I noticed that Sheila especially, and a lot of others is putting that out on social media, so let's make sure that week of that we all get it out there and share it as much as possible.
And did I hear you right when you were saying for the folks that are in the parade, they show up here?
Correct.
3:30 and 4, and then they get judged before they actually go down the...
Yes, once they're in the lineup, we'll have the judges go through here while they're in the lineup right before the parade starts. That way they can display their banner as they're going through the parade, and then they'll be awarded their trophy at the tree lighting ceremony.
Okay, gotcha.
Any more questions? All right, let's talk about the snow rink.
That's Kathy too. She's gonna get a majority of all of this.
All right, so the snow rink is already in place on the tennis courts. I don't know if y'all have driven by and seen it. It's already put together. We did extend it or expand it by 50% this year. We're having an employee skate night November 30th, and then it's going to be open to the public from December 1st to the 17th, from between Thursday and Sunday each week. We're going to have the first Sunday, December 4th, between 1 and 2, we'll have a special needs skate. And then it will not be open on December 15th. That's the only day during that time frame from Thursday to Sunday it will not be offered.
Can you say those dates again from the...
Well, December 1st through the 17th, Thursday through Sunday during that time period, except for the 15th.
And tell us about the skates and the little snowmen you got to hold on to.
We've got skating aids for the little ones, and we do have several different sizes of skates. Skates are free to the public. You can bring your own skates as long as they're not double-bladed. and we are doing 1 hour increments. So like Thursday's 4 to 8. So you show up, you get to skate from 4 to 5. You show up at 4:30, you'll need to wait till the 5 o'clock skate or elect to skate for 30 minutes. But we rotate every hour on the hour.
And it is first come, first served.
It is first come, first serve. We're not doing any pre-registration. They'll just have to complete the waiver when they arrive at the park.
And what is the time frame on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday?
Okay, so Thursdays and Fridays are 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday is 12 to 8. Sunday's 1 to 5. And then, like I said, that first Sunday from 1 to 2 is special needs, so it's open to everybody else 2 to 5 that first Sunday.
Somebody from Parks and Rec will be there while it's open in case there's any.
Yeah, we'll always have somebody from our department there, plus.
I'm just trying to think of questions that the public may want to know about it.
Yeah, we're kind of excited about that first Sunday opening it up to families with special needs. So we're going to get with the EIO and see if we can kind of make that its own separate thing to try to put a little more focus on that. I think that was an element we missed last year. So we'll try to include those families also.
I think that's wonderful.
It's awesome. So last year it would hold about 30, something like that. What would it hold this year?
Yeah, I think it was rated for 45 maybe, or 48, and so we didn't really know what to expect, so we shrunk that number a little bit, but I don't think at any given time, maybe except for the day of the parade, did it get crowded. So with us increasing the size by 50%, I don't think we'll run into any issues this year. We are pushing it out there, though, that, there's no cost to the public to come and skate, but we are encouraging a canned goods or unwrapped toy, unopened, unwrapped toy that we could donate.
Is that every day?
Every day, yes, ma'am.
Just anytime.
And I mean, that's not a requirement to participate, but we encourage that.
Yeah.
You're gonna have them, it's always nice when you got an old person up here, and you're gonna have the heaters out there.
Yes, sir.
Well, I remember last year was so cold, I was freezing. My granddaughter loved it.
Mine did too.
She didn't even know how to skate, and she was right out there. She used the little helper, but then she got it down pat in like 15 minutes.
That's what Ellie said. This year she won't need the little helper.
I will. Anyway, let's move on to the father-daughter dance.
And I'm going to turn this one over to Kathy, too, in just a second. In the past several years, we've kind of pushed this as winter formal and took the emphasis off the father-daughter dance. So our numbers really started to decline. First several years we had this, first 4 or 5 years we had it, we pushed this father-daughter dance. We don't, we include everyone, so we don't turn anyone away, son, mother, aunt, uncle, whoever comes, boy, girl, it doesn't matter. So the door's open to everybody. But I think once we started taking that emphasis off father-daughter dance, our numbers steadily declined. We outgrew the multipurpose building within 2 years and had to use the gym at the school. So this year, our numbers were so low last year, we are moving it back to the multipurpose building. And if it's okay with this board here, we would kind of like to put the emphasis back on father-daughter dance, make that more prominent, but still call it the winter formal also, so everybody knows on our advertisement, it clearly states that everyone is included.
Do you think it's because of winter formal, the word formal makes people think, well, we don't have a tuxedo or we don't have that fancy clothes?
They usually dressed up for the father-daughter dance. They were all.
No, I'll tell you what it is, being I'm the elephant in the room. Some people were, I don't know the word I'm looking for.
Not very nice.
They didn't like the father-daughter symbol because they felt like we were leaving out mothers, aunts, uncles, blah, blah, blah. And that's not the purpose of it. Father-daughter dances have been going on for many, many years in cities all over the country. So to pacify some of that worrisome, we changed it, as David said, and it got a little bit confusing. I think that people know that when we have a father-daughter dance, Carol is certainly welcome to bring her grandson
And granddaughter.
and granddaughter, and vice versa. I could even bring my grandson. It's just it's a vernacular that people were some kind of slur, but I totally agree with David, and I like that we're doing that and putting the emphasis out there that that's not what it is, but to follow a tradition, so to speak, of a father-daughter dance. It's always been like that,
Yeah, and I think in our positions and even the board's position that, we kind of got to walk a fine line there. So kind of what really opened our eyes last year is we were still pushing ours as the winter formal and took the emphasis off the father-daughter, and our numbers we might have had 9 people there at the most, where before we were busting at the seams with well over 200 at the multipurpose.
Yeah.
So then you have other communities near us that butt up against us that had the same event and pushed it as a father-daughter dance and sold tickets for $30 a piece, and they sold out. So that started, we started thinking if they sell out ahead of time and we're getting 9 people at our event that used to be one of our most populars, I mean, sometimes we would have fathers show up with limos, with their kids.
Absolutely.
That was neat.
So I'll let Kathy take over and kind of give you guys the details and the dates for what we have planned for that.
All right, so this year, or I guess next year, February 4th is the first Saturday in February. It is at the multipurpose building from 2 to 4. The theme we've picked this year is Under the Sea. And
Under the what?
Under the Sea. It's a mermaid theme.
Okay.
Did you see the mermaids at Goblins?
I didn't see them, but I seen the pictures. Those
They
were.
are going to come and do the same setup for picture opportunities and interact with the kids, and they're going to do the face painting at the event for the children as well.
There were more children dressed as mermaids
Yes.
or the Little Mermaid than anything else added together.
Mhm.
It tripped me out. The movie's not even out. And it's like, and it was just like, I could not believe. And my granddaughter showed up dressed as.
Who were those
Little Mermaid,
people?
and it was-
Who were those people? I didn't get a chance to see them. All I seen was pictures. Is that something you can talk about or not?
They're mythical. They're mermaids.
They're mermaids.
I could talk about it,
My
but
bad.
honestly, I don't have it in front of me, so I don't recall.
That's fine. I was just,
I did
like I
reach
said,
out
I didn't get to see them. I just,
Yeah, she lives here in Lake Forest, the one that I was going back and forth with, and I think she said there's like a group of 6 of them that will, they're starting up their own little business and wanting to do the party scene and so forth. So.
Is that the same one that was at the library for,
I don't believe so, because I gave her information to Miss Donna, and I didn't know she had one, and she had said she just had a mermaid there, but she was gonna add her to her contact list.
Because that
I don't
was,
believe so.
that was the summer reading program? Yeah, summer reading program when Miss Donna had.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, they were a big hit at the Goblins event. So we've tailored our new event, our father-daughter dance, to be able to incorporate them. So it'll be nice. All the little kids will have the face paint to go with their outfits and so
That's
forth.
super cute. Do we have a cost for those tickets yet?
Not yet. I think, what have we done in the past, $5?
$5.
$5 per family is what it's traditionally been.
Okay.
I've done the design, but we've not fine-pointed the detailed information to advertise it yet, so I don't know if that's gonna change or not.
Okay.
Is February 4th a Saturday or?
It is a Saturday. It's the first Saturday in February.
So it could be grandma, granddaughter.
Absolutely. It can be anybody.
We're in there.
Yep.
No, and see, that was what one of the things were, and it's just simply not like that. It's basically
Yeah.
for anybody. If you've got a child that don't have a mom and dad or aunt and uncle or grandma, man, grab them and bring them and let them stand on your toes and dance around with them.
Yeah.
You know, it's about fun. It's not about a name, so.
So when we go to announce this or talk about it, on Facebook, I think we should father-daughter dance, and whoever wants to attend, kind of, it should.
Absolutely.
Everybody's welcome.
Sure. It's for the kids. It's basically
the
bring
kids.
the kids and let the kids have fun. And they also have wonderful snacks.
Oh, yeah.
Gotta have snacks.
We'll have snacks, and we have a DJ come in, so it'll be children-themed music as well.
Okay.
And I can't remember, I think in the past, if it was $5 per couple, that covered your whole family.
Correct, $5.
So if you had 3 kids, there was no upcharge after the initial $5.
Yeah,
Do
make
you have
it,
an age limit?
Nope.
No, ma'am.
No age limit, okay. So 13-year-old will be fine.
Oh, Chief Walker used to come with his daughter when she was in college.
Oh.
Yeah,
Nice.
so yeah, there's no age limit.
Okay.
all right, let's move on to Martin Luther King.
All right, so it is scheduled for January 16th at 10 o'clock here in the boardroom at City Hall. Sharmil Babalosa is going to be one of our speakers. Theowana Hatchett, she is confirming because of the surgery. So she will confirm with me, and then I've reached out to a third speaker. I've not heard back yet. So that will be here like we have in prior years. The speakers will have refreshments.
What time was that again?
10 a.m.
Is Shamil, has she moved back?
I don't believe so. She did not tell me if she has or not. I've been going back and forth with her in email, so I'm not sure.
For those of you who don't know her, she is fabulous. She's fabulous. I won't go into a lot of detail, but she's fabulous, and if I'm hoping that she will give you some more information about another event. If her and Commissioner Hope Oliver can work it out.
What's her name again?
But her name is Sharmil Babalosa. Babalosa. I call her Sharil. All right, Lord have mercy. We're talking about this already, and
We're back to that again, wow.
Gotta start early.
well, and I think me and David talked about this back a couple months ago when we had it, that it seemed like just yesterday we started talking about it, and boom, it was here. So let's talk a little bit about Old Timers Festival.
Well, we're gonna throw a couple of things out just to get some feedback from you guys. We were kind of on the fence if we wanted to do it tonight, but we're gonna go ahead and rip the Band-Aid off. What's your thoughts on there's several things we'd like to see do. One is kind of rebrand the name, kind of get away from the Old Timers Festival, because I think LaVergne has outgrown that. For people that, I personally don't have an issue with it, and I grew up in this city. So I was on the front end of it, but I just think we have grown past the Old Timers name, and I think it may deter some people from coming out and wanting to participate. Number 2 is what y'all's thoughts on moving away from the parade and just focusing on one parade, the Christmas parade, or do we want to keep the Old Timers Day Parade?
Wow, that's some tough questions. I guess my first question would be is what name are you thinking about?
We don't know. That would be, this board, we would have to come together with some ideas. I don't know, we've kicked around maybe LaVergne Fall Festival or, we don't know. We're not 100% sure that the name is not the branding now is not a deterrent.
We could actually create a poll and get the public involved, since they're the ones that come and participate.
Yeah.
Well, as sitting on the board and you guys being citizens of LaVergne, what are your thoughts on Old Timers Day? Are we proposing something that we shouldn't be, or?
No, I think you're onto something there. Yeah, because if you were new here and you're like, old timers, you're gonna think old-timey music, you're gonna think antiques, you're gonna think flea market.
Well, and you've got the traditional people that, like my parents' generation, not so much mine, but theirs. There's not a whole lot of them around anymore, and when they think of old timers, or they come to that day, they want to take it back to what it was in the late 70s, early 80s, and we just can't do that. So much has changed, we can't get those elements to come, and there's not a whole lot of those elements around. You know, you've got Uncle Dave Making Days that ties up a bunch of stuff in Murfreesboro, and then you've got, you know, Mule Days, and then you've got Pioneer Days, I think, in Chapel Hill.
Well, we've kind of, even in the festival itself every year, we've kind of gotten away from that. We're bringing in like the axe throwing, we're throwing in animals and more things for families. And it's that, when I first moved here and went, there was more of the old timers. It was very small. It was very flea market feel. And then there was a whole section over on the side with pictures where they were more celebrating the history of LaVergne. And there's a time and a place for that. But this has become more of a festival for families. And it's been going in a different direction for years. And I honestly think that's a great idea on rebranding the name on it and be able to pull in more people from even further out and take that out of the back of their brain that it's
Well, if we go ahead and start do a thing to change the name, like have a a poll or whatever, it'll start building momentum for it. Because I was talking to somebody the other day, and I didn't even call it the Old Timers Fest. I was just like, the Founders Festival. And that's just what and didn't even think about it. And when y'all were talking about it, it popped back in my head.
I like
That
the Laverne
said,
City Festival. I think that, and I think our name should be in there for the city and just a festival.
I kind of agree with what Laura's saying about, and David, with the new, you've got people that see it as an old timers festival, and it kind of detours them away, but at the same time, you got the old people that say, why are they changing it? But unfortunately, there is more younger people. I think it's
more families are gonna come
more
out.
families. Now, to mix in the parade, that really brings up a good thing, because, I'm up in front. So when I get back, I'm there, and by the time the whole parade comes through, a lot of people
Have left.
are ready to go home.
Well, and it's definitely something to think about. I mean, everybody loves a good parade. I think what we have too, pretty much, I don't say back to back, but they're within three months of each other, 4 months of each other.
It's a lot.
It is a lot. It's a lot on emergency services, the PD, it's a lot on them. They have to fully staff it, so they are finally fully staffed, but the guys that work on the night shift, they have no choice but to stay over during the day until the parade's done. I mean, it's something to think about. I know the PD and the fire department would not oppose getting rid of it. I don't know how much pushback we would get from that.
Well, think about it. We have Old Timers, the 5K, and then the Christmas parade. It's all slammed in there together. And as someone with Carol that has worked these, it's difficult. It's
Well,
difficult.
and it's gotten to be the last several years, the end of the parade, you're looking at 200 to 250 horses.
I was about to
Which
say
we
that.
enjoy the horses to come, but if we don't have that issue in the Christmas parade because they don't participate. We enjoy those, that's a big draw, but if we want to move forward and we still want to have a parade at OTF, then we're going to have to limit the number of participants of horses.
Yeah.
But also, like Steve said, as someone who's out there working it, you get those big gaps, and then people are walking away not realizing that it's over, and then they're going home. Whereas we could put more effort into pulling them to the park without that parade, and focus more on the advertising aspect of it and all the fun stuff. And so you've got the little kids, and they come out there and they're excited for the parade, and then they're tired and they want to go home. Whereas let's go straight up here and just do this. And then, you know, you've got your traffic up here, of people coming in and participating, and that is in itself just a whole mess, trying to get through the parade traffic, to get up there, and people just don't want to, they just don't want to wait. They don't want to do that.
Yeah.
So I think we should focus absolutely more on the festival and save the parade for the Christmas, because that is the best part. It's lit up, it's at night. We're one of the very few that do them at night. Can't really think of too many places around here. They all do them in the mornings, Nashville, Smyrna, Murfreesboro. And I think we could put more effort into getting more people involved if that's the only one we have.
Well, I think also too, if you've, the parade and the Old Timers Day, Festival, whatever you want to call it, if you have bad inclement weather, then you've got two different almost entities to deal with to try and maneuver out. I think it's a good idea, David, and I know some little kids like the parade, and I know some parents that do, but I also know people that want to come to the park, bring their families, you know, that sort of stuff. So
I think it would encourage more. I almost feel like it keeps people away. If parade's not your thing, but you want to go to that, well, we got to wait till that's over and all the traffic and oh, they've got to move the lanes back. It does kind of, I would think, hinder you wanting to come out and participate.
Well, you know, we're not having a December meeting anyway, so our next meeting will be January. We're still going to have this on there, so that may give you guys a little bit of time to get out in the community and talk to people and mention it. You know, do you participate in OTF? If you do you really want to continue to see the parade? And see what kind of feedback you get. I know as far as city staff goes, I kind of know where we sit on it. Every department that was involved, we generally have a follow-up after that just to discuss what we did right and what we did wrong. And that was one of the topics that came up. And majority of the people were, you know, we're on board with, if we did away with it, they wouldn't have an issue with it. So it's something, we wanted to throw that out there, so we have time to know what to do next year.
Well, and let's look at it this way. Some of the groups that have to be involved with the traffic and the parade would have the ability to be a bigger part of the festival if they weren't tied up there. Like, we have to get the kids that help with the parking. Maybe they would like to have a booth. Maybe they would like to do something up there. But by the time they finish all of that, well, no. So that might actually help us get a bigger festival and way more people involved if you're not tied up in so many different things.
And you know what, this year I think we had how many school bands did we have in it?
In the Old Timers, we have one in Old Timers.
So if we did that, if we get away from the parade, but we still invited several schools out, maybe we kind of have like a little battle of the bands at the park. Because time them kids walk a mile and a half,
You're right.
they're wore out.
And they're not gonna participate in the festival either, even as far as walking around and looking at everything, because they're exhausted.
So let me back up here a little bit, because it's not on here, just, and I may be putting the buggy before the horse here. What are you guys planning for the carnival thing?
He told me he was gonna get with me before the end of the year. He's wanting to come in May versus at the end of his tour, because it was so hot when he came here last time. So, I don't know when in May. He goes to Minnesota in May, so he would want to hit our area before he went to Minnesota, but I don't have definite dates because he's not gotten.
So you don't think getting the carnival like a little bit before Old Timers is a good idea?
I mean, I could try. We really liked this carnival that we had this last time, but to get him here during that time frame would not work because of his schedule.
And it kind of took away from the festival too.
And he has certain states that he goes to. So if he were to come here before he goes to Minnesota, it would have to be in May.
Which might be good for an end-of-school bash for the kids.
And that's what we were thinking. It's not as hot. Hopefully it would be before they got out of school, right before, so they weren't already on vacation. But yeah, it would either be middle of May or it's gonna be the end of September again, which was after OTF this last time, so.
No, I thought it was before OTF.
Was it before OTF?
It was before OTF.
It was
It was
just
the end of August.
Oh,
Yeah,
it was
it
end of August. I apologize. I was getting it in.
It was a couple of
Halloween.
weeks before.
Yeah, I think it was the weekend before Labor Day.
Okay, we could try. I know the heat was a big thing with him, though.
Yes, it was very hot.
But you are correct, because there were 3 areas in Tennessee he did, and we're the first one he went to. So we could try to maybe, readjust that with him. But the heat, I don't know. It was his request to come before.
Tennessee weather, you can't be trying to,
Just the logistics of getting a carnival in the front parking lot and then trying to use your back parking lot for food vendors or whatever, then we're basically out of space, because we have nowhere to park cars. And heaven forbid, if we get a rain and that front field gets damp, then even if you do have a carnival and you can use the back parking lot and you don't have where to park cars.
I totally agree.
Yeah, so we'll check all options.
Yeah, I don't want it with our festival at all because it took away and because most of those carnivals put those stipulations that you can't have this or this because we have it, and it takes away from some of our local vendors.
And some of our vendors did also voice that they would not come if we had the carnival because the parents spend the money on the carnival and then they're not selling anything.
Well, I wasn't,
Food vendors, but the craft.
I was in no way going down that road.
Right.
That's not what I was saying. I'm just saying if it kind of, the way it worked out this past year was it kind of coincided with OTF, and it looked like it was a fun couple of weeks of festivities, but if you can't get him, then you can't get him. Getting back to polls, and I put something like this out, was if you want to be in a business to where you make everybody happy, do not get into politics. As the vice mayor and sitting on that board and listening to the do's and don'ts of people, you're going to get blasted on polls. Sometimes as leaders, we have to make decisions because that's just the way it is. You're going to win some, you're going to lose some. So I think we need to talk a little bit more about it, January. Get some of our ideas together, and if you want to talk to people and get polls and stuff, but just know that you talk to this person and that person, and they're like on different spectrums of ideas. Good luck to you.
We could make it a contest.
That's what I was thinking.
Well, and I don't know really how truthful polls are. If you put out, do you want to see the parade continue? You're going to have people that don't come to the parade that are going to be like, yeah, I love a good parade. Why would they get rid of the parade? And they're going to say, yeah.
And then they don't come.
Yeah.
No, for me, the polls was more of if we can come up with some names for the festival and then let people choose. But I also kind of want to see it as maybe like a contest too, just to get the public involved in renaming it. We're changing history here and getting away from that. And I want absolutely for the public to feel involved, that we do this for you.
I think the parade should be our decision, like y'all's, us, the cities, just like if it makes sense to do it, great, let's keep doing it. If it doesn't, then we just stop it.
Yeah, the manpower and the overtime alone are a lot.
It's a lot of money.
It is a lot of money, and we just had that parade, and now we're doing the Christmas one.
Yeah. And you have
Last
to
thing,
The 5K, yeah.
we're going to throw at y'all on the Old Timers Day is, we don't know how to move forward with the music. We don't know. We're throwing a lot of money at music acts, and we're not getting a return on the investment. We don't know how to win there. That's what we struggled with. That's what we've struggled with the whole time we've been putting this on, since this staff has been on board. How do we win on the entertainment side? Or do we just start scaling back and use that money somewhere else? You got $20,000 tied up in a couple of music acts because you got to get the stage trailer, the audio, 2 music acts, their catering, and you're getting 50 people at the most to show up to an event. When do you finally say something's not working? The most people we have had was last year at the Resurrection concert. We probably had 200. I would say this year I had a clicker and I was counting. I don't remember which night I was counting, Friday or Saturday, but I counted at the end of the night, I had 180 on the clicker, and that was generous. If somebody drove by and looked at me, I counted them. Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say, I thought after we just did it, we talked about scaling back how many acts we were gonna have. Not have an all-day thing, just a shorter time period.
Yeah, we don't really know what the answer is. That's kind of why we're bringing it to you guys too. We don't know
Well,
how to
so
fix it.
on Saturday, if you're out there all day at this festival and with your family and enjoying, it's hard to get people to come back, and they're not gonna stay the whole time. Most people aren't. So if we were going to do a big entertainer Friday night to kick it off,
Yeah.
and then Saturday, maybe we just, like you said, have a local battle of the bands, that type thing. And so if you're just gonna do like music, Friday night, y'all come out, we're excited for tomorrow, and then Saturday, get the local bands, or if there's even some local garage bands, and do a battle of the bands.
We could do that, or, most people are just listening to the music. We could just have a DJ out there, and I'm sure that would save the city a lot of money.
Well, we've thought about that too, believe it or not.
Yeah.
We've thought about on Friday, the biggest crowd we had on a Friday night was probably 4 years ago when we showed a movie to kick it off. We had a movie on the football field. Football field was packed.
That's what I was gonna recommend, is because whenever we've had movie nights, the football field is packed. So kick it off with a movie night.
And it was here, and we're not, we have the screen. The only thing we would be out would be the licensing fee on the movie that we would show.
Do we have some besides inflatables?
Working on it.
Okay. Because I know that's just been a big hindrance. Like, we get it playing,
Yeah.
and the
We're
wind's-
working on fabricating something at this point off the football press box that's big enough, that will come off, that'll be wide enough to hold the screen on like a cable and pulley type system, that we can raise it up to the top of the press box. That way the wind's not gonna blow us out again.
Right.
So, I don't know, it's just an idea. We had good luck with the movie that night.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
And then if we're gonna put money out and we don't want to keep bringing the same bands back, because we're all fighting for the same, then I kind of like the battle of the bands. We can do like the garage bands, we can do the high school bands, things of that nature. If we're gonna spend money, give them a gift card. Here's a $100 gift card, as opposed to $20,000 on entertainment that nobody's listening to.
Right.
Give back to the community and let the winner have a $100 gift card.
If we're doing a whole name change and a rebrand, we don't need to stick with the same old, like Fleetwood Mac, what are they, 80s, 70s, 80s? We start doing something a little more newer, younger,
Right.
rather than just we're all.
But we're really involving the public
Yeah,
too.
we're doing other things that other kids,
Because if they're coming, so are their relatives.
Right.
But if we open it up to like high school bands, like the marching bands or whatever, and just have them perform, we're not gonna pay them, right?
Or gift card,
Yeah, they I don't know how we would do that, if they would just get a trophy maybe for the winner.
Well, I was gonna say we could just make a donation to their program, because if you give every kid, some bands are large, and that could be more money than actually hiring a band. But if you made a donation to their band program, that would go a longer way for them, because my oldest son was in band. There was car washes and, all that stuff they have to do to pay for that, and that might be a way to attract more people to it.
Well, and you've got to realize the entertainment is half of our budget for Old Timers Day.
Right. Well, let's take it back and put it somewhere else.
Well,
Especially
this,
during the day, nobody shows up.
it's kind of funny you mentioned that because we've kind of talked amongst ourselves and with some of the city staff about pulling that money out of there and reallocating it to maybe a different night where we kind of have like a faith night or a family night. I don't know what kind of pushback we get from the public on that, but it has been huge in Murfreesboro. They've shut the square down several times. And we can do that. I think that would go over huge. Partner with a local church for a cause, Feed the Hunger or something, and get some artists in here.
Yeah. We can do it. If it doesn't work, then we just don't do it again.
Well, I think if you get, there's a lot of Christian radio artists that are pretty mainstream anymore that live around in this area. So I think if we partner with the church that had that avenue, that's something we could look at, putting some of those funds towards in the future.
Yeah. Oh, that sounds great.
I think we get more return on our money than spending that kind of money and watching 30 people enjoy music.
Right.
Sounds like you need to get it back on the agenda, Miss Sheila. Poster. So I guess we could have very long conversations about this. I think it's going to be something that you guys are going to have to talk about, come up with some strategic ideas, and we can talk to people. I wouldn't put anything out there just yet, and just kind of talk about it and come back with a fresh start on the new year and get it going. Our next meeting won't be until next year, January 23rd, 2023. Between now and then, we'll hope we get those 77 inches of snow like they did in New York.
Buffalo, New York.
Miss Jody, we'll start out with you. You got any concerns, comments?
No, I think we have a lot of food for thought here, that's for sure, a lot of things to think about.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I wasn't even expecting to have this much to think about, like new names, new bands, new ideas, new.
Hey, this bunch over here keeps us busy.
Yeah, it's good, I like that. Yeah, I wasn't sure what to expect today. This is good.
Mr. Chuck?
I think I'm good.
All right. Commissioner Davidson?
Well, I'm excited. I am ready for the skating rink, and I'm ready for the Christmas parade, and I look forward to seeing all of y'all there.
Vice Chair Hawes?
I'm excited with what's coming down the road with the holiday, and happy Thanksgiving. Everybody be safe on your travels. And I don't know if Vice Mayor No's going to mention or not, but this is my last meeting.
Oh, I'm definitely going to mention.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't want to steal his thunder, so anyway, I will continue to attend meetings or view the meetings on the YouTube. I will continue to be here. I'm kind of like one of those bad pennies. You can't get rid of me, or a rotten apple. You can't get rid of me because I will be there. So everybody be safe. Happy Thanksgiving. And we'll see y'all in December.
If y'all get a chance, go by the skate park and check out the new LED lights. I went by there today, and the LED lights are going up. Of course, they're going up all over the city, so that's going to be great. But as Ms. Haas said, congratulations.
Thank you.
And this is your last meeting.
Yes, it is.
The next meeting you'll be sitting up here with the mayor, the rest of the aldermen.
December 1st.
And we wish you the best of luck in your venues, and thank you so much for being a part of this board. And I know you well enough to know that you're going to be at the events. We're not going to be able to get rid of you.
Yep.
I wish we had more like you in this city, but we've enjoyed you on this board. But unfortunately, you can't be here with me.
I know. I tried.
So you're more than welcome to come to the meetings. They're open to the public.
I will.
And as you said, watch them on YouTube. And
She's going to leave some big shoes to fill. Whoever gets
Yep.
that seat's gonna have to step it on up.
Like is there a vote out or
Nope.
anything for people to, somebody to?
Well, they can apply online.
Yeah.
The applications.
Time of the year? It doesn't have to be a certain time?
No, they have to apply, again, contact Bruce, again, application, you fill it out, and then
Her
it gets
seat,
brought up.
her seat is now, I guess,
After this
Not
meeting,
a-
it becomes vacant.
Yeah.
comes vacant. So anyway, all right, guys, we'll be seeing y'all around for the holidays, the parade, all that good stuff. David, Kathy, Sheila, great job as always, and we will see you guys next year in this setting. I call this meeting adjourned.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the LaVergne Board of Zoning Appeals, October the 25th, 2022. It is 5:30 p.m. I'll call this meeting to order. We do have a quorum. If you could just review the minutes from the July the 26th regular meeting, if you would. Any comments or changes, let me know. If not, I'll accept a motion.
Motion to approve.
Maybe to accept the minute. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Minutes are approved. On to new business. Request for a special exception to allow sales and leasing of trucks and trailers properly located at 25 Ingram Boulevard, tax map 17, parcel 25, I2 heavy industrial zoning, property owned by 25 Ingram Partners LLC. Mr. Logan, give me your report, please.
Thank you. So this is the report for 25 Ingram Boulevard. This applicant is seeking permission to allow sales and leasing of trucks and trailers at this location. The site, of course, is at 25 Ingram Boulevard, and the site is owned by 25 Ingram Partners LLC. And the proposed business would generally operate during normal business hours, and according to the LaVergne Municipal Zoning Ordinance, in Article 5, commercial uses that are allowed in the commercial zones, which are C1, C2, C3, and C4. Those uses can be allowed in industrial zoning, in this case the I2 zoning district, if the Board of Zoning Appeals grants a special exception for those commercial uses. One of those uses that would be allowed includes what this applicant is asking for tonight, which is vehicle sales and or leasing. So looking here on the screen, the property right here, it's outlined in blue, this rectangular piece of property, and it is located on the south side of Ingram Boulevard. So for a closer view, you can see here, again, outlined in blue, and the building is here where I'm pointing, and then to the east is a larger parking area, and this driveway comes in from Ingram and makes sort of a horseshoe shape so that they can loop around through the site. And there is some parking here on this west side as well. This is the zoning map, so the dark blue indicates heavy industrial zoning. So again, this is I2 zoning. There is C2 zoning on the west side. That parcel touches Walden Road as well. Then all the other surrounding properties are zoned the same, which is heavy industrial. This is a photo of the site. So you can see the existing building and driveways. So this is Walden Road would be behind you, and this would be going down Ingram to the east. And the next photo is looking west. So again, this is Ingram, and this is the traffic signal at Walden Road and Ingram. And then you can see the other driveway entrance that's existing today. This building is a two-story building currently, and you can see these bays where the current tenant or former tenant has been conducting their business. So there are three large bays on the existing building. And landscaping, the site has some nice landscaping already that probably exceeds what's even required in this industrial district because it's not in an overlay zone. So the landscaping out there is nice. They did submit a full binder with all of their plans and photos, which you have in front of you. And so this is the plan that they submitted that shows the dimensions of the site and the shape and size of the building on the site, as well as the driveways and the utilities. And this is just a closer view of that plan that they submitted. And that completes the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Logan. Do you have an applicant here that can stand on the podium, please, if you would, and be sworn in? Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Please state your name and address for the record, please, sir.
I'm Bill Herbert. I'm with the law firm of Thompson and Burton in Nashville. Our address is 1810 West End, Suite 1550 in Nashville.
Thanks, sir. Any comments or questions for what Mr. Logan's report was? Any add-on to it?
I've got a little bit of a presentation for you, but I would say that, and this is on me, when Mr. Logan and I first started talking, my client had been telling me that they were going to do some sales on site. They are not going to do that. There's no sales. This is simply truck leasing, and that's all. So I just wanted to clarify that. So we're here before you for a special exception, and thank you all for being here and hearing me tonight. As Mr. Logan said, this property is zoned I-2 heavy industrial. We're going to use the property as is. We're not going to make any changes to the utilities. We're not going to expand the building in any way. We're going to completely as is. The previous use is a concrete pumping company, and I've driven by there, and they may kind of still be in that building, or they may not be. I really don't know. So we're going to be using it to lease trucks. And if you look over in my little memorandum that I submitted to you all on the Exhibit A, these are the types of trucks that they're going to be leasing. And so they're going to be leasing these tractor trailer, but just the tractor component, no trailer component, and medium and light duty box trucks. I was told initially that they would keep about 30 trucks on site. That has been clarified with me. There will be about 15 trucks kept on site. Furthermore, there will be no walk-in business at this site. These trucks are leased to commercial users, and so there's no traffic coming into the site. I'm told that the company intends to employ between 8 and 18 people on site. And that's really about it. As you all probably know, a special exception is a use that comes before the Board of Zoning Appeals. It's a use that's permitted by right under the law, provided that I show you that it complies with the conditions that are set forth within the LaVergne zoning code. In my memorandum, and I'll touch on these very briefly, and I won't dwell. In my memorandum, the conditions that are in the zoning code, I've set out as numbers 1 through 9 in the memorandum. I've addressed each of those, and just as a matter of law, quite frankly, I'll just touch on them very briefly, and then I'll turn this over. So the zoning code asks about points of ingress and egress. There are 2, and you all have seen that. There'll be no changes there. It asks about parking and loading areas. You can see from the aerial photograph, we'll be using that as is. There'll be no additional parking at all. It'll be used completely as is. The refuse service is located to the side of the building in the existing place, so we'll be using it in the exact same location. Utilities will be exactly the same. We won't add to or move any of those. The property is secured by a chain link fence. Also, you notice around this property that there's wooded areas, and this is stream buffer. We will leave the stream buffer exactly as it is. We won't encroach into it, and we won't degrade it in any way, exactly as it is. The sign that's on the property, it'll be changed to be the new user, but there'll be no change in the size or illumination or anything like that. The open space that's required by the city, we feel like was met by the current user, quite frankly, and there'll be no change to that. We feel like the use is generally compatible with the area. And if you need to see any more detail, I know that Alta survey that was given to you was really small. I've got it blown up. If you need to see it or have something that's more readable.
Just quickly.
Give that to you. It's a heck of a lot easier to read than that other little piece of paper that I had to. So, and with that, I'll conclude and be happy to answer any questions that you have, and thank you for your time.
Well, first I'd like to say thank you for a very in-depth report and information. That's always very helpful to us. So just to touch on one, so you're not affecting the existing buildings and remain exactly the same, correct?
Exactly the same, correct.
Okay.
Is there any maintenance on the vehicles at this site?
So the vehicles that are gonna be at this site are gonna be, if you look at my little memorandum, you can see these trucks.
Yeah.
Those are the vehicles that are gonna be at this site. And in fact, the little company logo, that's actually the company that's gonna be leasing it. So it's these exact vehicles. They expect that, there will be, there's gonna be between 10 and 15 of these vehicles maintained at the site at all time. I had initially said 30 in my memorandum. That is not correct. I've confirmed with my client. They're gonna keep about 10 to 15.
So those roll-up doors are like a garage rather than a loading dock?
On the building?
Yes.
Yes, sir, that's my understanding.
Okay. And
They're currently there, and we're not gonna change those.
And the maintenance will be done internally in the building, I assume?
I'm sorry, say that again?
The maintenance will be done inside the building?
That is correct. It'll be done inside the building, and I'll say this, they'll only be doing cleaning and routine maintenance. There will be no, repair work being done on this site. Just whatever may be minor for cleaning up the vehicle, whatever, changing the oil to get it ready for the next person who's leasing the vehicle.
Will they be doing fueling at the site?
That is a really good question. I believe so, because there is already an existing pump
Okay, I
at this
didn't
site.
see that on the...
There'll be no add-on in that regard at all, but there is an existing pump at this site.
So they're in compliance with all hazmat and safety regulations? I
Yes,
assume?
sir.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board? With that, I'll accept a motion for or against the application as stated.
I submit a motion to accept.
A motion to accept. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Y'all have a
Appreciate it.
great evening. Thank you.
And with that, I'll call this meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Bye.